Okie dokie. Yeah. Yes, this is much better. All right. And figure out rig situation here. That. And yes. What? I'm like, can I even do that? Let's see.
Yeah, my daughter sent me the cutest little video. She was like, "Ma, I was scrolling on Instagram and I came across a video, and guess who was on it?"
We shall see. That. Okay, so I'm just yes. Okay. I think I'm gonna do something a little different. We'll see. My phone be acting so janky, I might have to stop in the middle of the live to change it out. But I'm gonna try live stream from TikTok for a change. So we shall see. All right. Rig that little setup there. Hopefully I'm messing it up. All right. Go live. Guess I should have taken everything out, but I've been running up until the moment I logged up on here. Okie dokie. Let's see here. Greetings, Sage Page. How you doing? So, well, like it might be just me and you up on here for a little bit. Greetings, everybody. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I got so many books, man. I got to start keeping some kind of rhythm or outline to how I take notes in my books, because I got so many books. I got so many notes scattered so many places. You feel me? Let's see. All right. So that's that. And then we got this one here. Okay. We got. Where is my box of bookmarks? Yes, I have a box of bookmarks because I be bookmarking everything. Okay, so that's there. And last but certainly not least, we're going to have this right here. Cool. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Today, as the live has stated, I am going to be doing a read from the book we started several weeks ago, and so much has been happening in the world that the lives have been pretty much, trying as I might to keep up with those things happening in the world. And today was a day that attempted to sabotage my intentions because there is, again, still so much happening today in the last 24 hours. And I just did an astrological kind of preparation for what we are supposed to expect over this month. So I got up today and, was going to just scroll through a few somethings to see, if there was anything of significance that I needed to discuss with you. And of course, there were about 50 things. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to do that. And the last few lives, the last maybe 3 lives, with the intention of them being an hour, have been, one was like 8 hours, one was like 6 hours. I think the shortest one was like 4 hours. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to attempt to maintain some level of discipline today. And so I'm going to read because that's about the only way that can happen. Greetings, Yolanda. And ew, what in the hell, man? I should have known TikTok wasn't going to be friendly to me.
Hear me out here. A white buffalo, a white deer, a white lynx, sage trees burning in the Grand Canyon, and a white raven in Alaska. Tell me our ancestors aren't coming back. Huh? Hear me out here. A white buffalo,
Okay.
a white deer, a white lynx, sage trees burning in the Grand Canyon, and a white raven in Alaska. Tell me our ancestors aren't coming back. Huh? Hear me out here. A white buffalo, a white deer, a white lynx, sage trees burning in the Grand Canyon, and a white raven in Alaska.
My phone is
Tell
so janky.
me our ancestors aren't coming back.
Ugh.
Huh? Hear me out here. A white buffalo, a white deer, a white lynx.
No. I'm trying to, for some reason, TikTok stopped my live stream. Let's try this again. Ooh. All right. Yeah, resume. Why you stop it in the first place? All right, so let's try that again. Well, Yolanda, there's actually quite a bit that's pretty significant in Native culture about that they need to look out for as a sign of. It's not a sign of the end for them. They don't believe in the end of the world and that kind of shit. They believe in signs of the radical transformation. There's certain natives, I wish I could go into it. There's certain natives that talk about the prophecy of the coming together of the eagle and the falcon. The eagle is a northern hemispheric bird, and the falcon is supposed to be a southern hemispheric bird. And this prophecy where when the two come together, when the eagle and the falcon come together, is supposed to represent this radical shift, like an age-defining shift. You know what I'm saying? There's another story that I heard from a Lakota sister about they need to be on. Yeah, she was Lakota. They are to be on the lookout for the birth of a white buffalo calf, which has already happened. And these are supposedly the things that are going to be indicative that they need to be, quote, on the lookout for to He did sound that way. But no, he was Native. She said, I heard what I assumed he was white. No, he was native. And so yeah, there's another one. It was called ooh, the prophecy of the Rainbow Clan. Hopefully I'm not y'all know my memory has been not what it used to be lately. I'm out. Either the Rainbow Clan or the Rainbow Tribe, prophecy of the Rainbow Tribe, or something to that effect. Yeah, so there's a lot, I mean, and there's a lot of discussion now, probably more than ever, because people are looking for some kind of relief. People look for signs when shit gets really, 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 really terrible. They start looking for signs. They start looking for, quote, the evidence of some relief, some kind of, conclusion to the madness. And so this is a discussion that's happening out here in California a lot among indigenous people, both, quote, Native American indigenous people and Southern Hemispheric Native people, Azteca and Mexica, Mayan people. So it's funny, but that loud that loud TikTok came through. I was trying to figure and fumble out what was going on. So anyway, for those of you who do not know, those of you on TikTok, I rarely ever go live on TikTok because they are super sensitive to what I am assuming they feel like is a very abrasive tongue. So because I'm streaming through live through TikTok tonight instead of IG like I usually do, I will try very diligently to be a lot more tame with my tongue. Since I'm reading, which is why I decided TikTok anyway, it shouldn't be that difficult for me to curb my tongue. You feel me? So we're going to go ahead and get started first. So those of you who are tuning in from TikTok, my name is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I primarily stream through my YouTube channel. Once in a blue moon, I'll stream through live. So if you want to follow my channel, if you want to subscribe to my channel, then you can join us over here on YouTube, and you would just put in the search engine Daughter of the Fates, Fates, Daughter of the Fates, Fates. I'll go ahead and get the housekeeping out of the way as well. You can, right now I have a GoFundMe that I launched a little less than a week ago. I want to thank everybody that contributed to that. And I want to also encourage people, especially since you guys are on on TikTok, I want to encourage people to support that GoFundMe. You can find out more about that GoFundMe by emailing me at EvoEmeTemp. That's EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. You can also use those two emails to send a direct donation either to Zelle or to PayPal. You'll use EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com for Zelle or Venmo. You can also use Venmo, which is Cassandra, Cassandra-Floyd, Floyd, or Cashapp, which is $ Daughter of the Fates, Fates. Also, I have an Etsy store. That Etsy store is a part of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. That Etsy store is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. I also offer divination and wellness consultation, online wellness consultations. So you can email me to inquire about 5 elements, wellness consultations, or divination. Okay. So that is, I believe, and for those of you who are subscribers on the YouTube channel, where do I have it written down? I should have kept it out. But I decided today, as I was multitasking of different things that I'm about to launch this week, I decided that as a part of like the perks of being a subscriber on my YouTube channel, I have and I've put it actually in the description box below this video. So check out the description box below this video. I'll start putting it out more. But I have given hefty discounts for divination and 5 elements consultation for those of you who are, that's ongoing, that's forever. So if you subscribe at any level, you will get hefty discounts for divination, for online divination, and 5 elements wellness consultations. So check out the description box below. Also, check out all of the videos that I dumped yesterday for the music that was launched based on the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. The global conspiracy to right all wrongs. So with that being all of the housekeeping, that is a perfect segue into the recitation, the daily recitation of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. So unlike what I did when we first launched the ritual on May 20th of this year, for me to come on live every day at 11:11 Universal Time to facilitate the recitation of the conspiracy to right all wrongs. I'm not going to do that. So even if I do not come up on here live at 11:11, I am still challenging you to every day at 11:11 Universal Time. So you have to adjust for your time zone. 11:11, what is it? I think AM, 11:11 AM Universal Time. So in California on the Pacific Coast, it is 4:11 p.m. 11:11 Universal Time is 4:11 p.m. I am still really challenging you, and I'm gonna tell you why after we do the conspiracy. But I want us to be much more deliberate, much more thoughtful about the recitation of the daily recitation of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. With that being said, we're going to go into pull out your noise makers, whatever you use to make noise. If you got an ancestor stick, if you got a little shake array, if you got some bells, some claves, whatever you got, pull out your little noise maker. And if you have a copy of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, then pull it out. If you do not have a copy of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, and after we do it, I'll explain a little bit about what it is, then you can go on my Etsy store to get the entire ritual. This is a ritual that we are engaged in. It's not a prayer. It is a conspiracy. This is a global conspiracy that we are engaged in. It is a ritual that those who've been on my channel for some time know very well the deep history behind why we're doing it. But I'll give you some Cliff's Notes explanation about why the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time, and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yemaya, Oshun, Iami Ajay, divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the Mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, Great Mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everyone and everything in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction and of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give blood, life, and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the EvoEmeTemp. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. What we're going to do now is the standard global conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra-Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the Mother's divine reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single, cosmic, earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our Mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. And last but not least, we are going to read the words via Mama Zobe of one of the oldest Sibyls, the Sibyl of Kumea. Ooh, my eyes, child. Hold on, let me put my eyes on for this little bitty writing. Yes. Thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome by the strife her people shall perish. Rome is doomed to perish. and that indeed by the judgment of God, because it held her name in hatred, and being the enemy of righteousness, it destroyed the people who kept the truth. There shall come to thee sometime from above a heavenly stroke deserved, O haughty Rome, and thou shalt be the first to bend thy neck and be raised to the ground, and thee shall fire destructive utterly consume, cast down upon thy pavements, and thy wealth shall perish, and wolves and foxes dwell in thy foundations, and then shalt thou be wholly desolate, as if not born. Woo! All right, y'all. That's the way we're gonna kick the doors in. So again, those of you who are tuning in through TikTok or YouTube and do not have a copy of the Global Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs, then go to my Etsy store, which is DaughterOfTheFates, FATES.etsy.com, and just type in the search engine conspiracy. It'll be the only thing that comes up. And let me just say, very quickly, for those that don't know what we just did, we started in May 20th of this year, a ritual, a global ritual entitled The Global Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs. And the reason that we launched this ritual was in response to the 1700th anniversary of the First Council of Nicaea, and the reason, which started on May 20th of 325 AD, and it lasted from May 20th 325 AD to August 25th 325 AD. So for 3 months, the secret keepers, the wisdom keepers, the spiritualists, the writers, the teachers, the alchemists, any man of utmost significance from the known empire at the time, which was everywhere, most of North Africa, all of the Mediterranean, all of Europe, and major portions of Asia, India, China, and some of the other Asian countries, were called by their emperor, Emperor Constantine I, to come to Constantinople at the time, but come to Rome's center to be behind closed doors for 3 months to essentially chart the new age under global domination, global imperial domination, under a religious banner. So when you want to talk, if you want to talk about an antichrist, he done came and went several times. Constantine was probably the first antichrist. And so anyway, that's what they did. They rewrote the heavens. They rewrote the constellations. They rewrote time. They rewrote the calendar. They rewrote time. They decided there, even though it didn't happen for a lot, much further on down the road, they decided there what would and would not be added to, quote, the Bible, what Christianity would be under its new ruler, Constantine. And we have felt the continual, globally ever present, unending, uncontended impact of that meeting of 318 men behind closed doors 1700 years ago, exactly this year. And this is why I decided for the temple that we would launch a global ritual where we would create a conspiracy called the Global Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs. And every day at 11:11, we would chant this conspiracy, preferably outdoors, or which, your windows open, so that you can speak it into the atmosphere. And that while the world is the way that it is and people are out here feeling powerless, that is the bare minimum that you can do, is to speak, use the power of your voice to speak a conspiracy into the atmosphere that will be impactful. It will be impactful. And I can tell you story after story after story after story after story after story since we started that conspiracy of us literally collecting the evidence that our conspiracy was working. Now, the reason that we call it a conspiracy, the reason that we call it a conspiracy is because that's one of the tenets of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We say we do not pray, we conspire. That we do not cast spells, we cast conspiracies. And the reason that we cast conspiracies is because in typical fashion, like patriarchy has done with every single thing that exists. When I tell you there's nothing that exists that has not been corrupted, mutated, flipped upside down, turned inside out, and fed back to you from a place of malignancy, I'm telling you everything. Assume everything. Assume everything. Because the word conspiracy that has been used to beeline particularly poor Black youth into the prison system by adding the simple word conspiracy on top of a charge increases the time that you must be enslaved in the prison system. Isn't that something? And that's what got me on it, honestly. I was like, okay, either it's this extreme quote conspiracy theories over here with the crazy people, you know what I'm saying? Political, conspiracy theories, or it is this thing, quote, conspiracy that has been tossed upon low-level crimes, therefore increasing 5, 10, 20 years on what would be a 2-year, 3-year, 4-year charge. I said, everybody talking about conspiracy these days. Even Trump got on the bandwagon. Every time you turn around, conspiracy, especially when he was running. Conspiracy. I said, you know what? Let me just search the etymology of this word. Which is in its oldest origin that we know of is Latin, so Roman. And it literally means to breathe together a sacred oath. To breathe together a sacred oath. Was to breathe together a sacred oath. To breathe together a sacred oath to ensure a certain outcome. Not a certain as in a particular, a certain as in definitive, a certain outcome. And the reason there's a distinction between certain as, a particular or certain as definitive, like it is certain. There ain't no wavering. If we speak the conspiracy, it is certain. Why? It's because the word conspiracy in its origin was only used to describe what musicians do. When musicians breathe together, even if they have 5, 10, 20 different parts, when they breathe their particular part all together, they are conspiring together to make a singular song. A singular song. Just because they all play in different parts don't mean they play in different songs. They breathe together to produce one piece of music, one song. That's where the word conspiracy came from. It was specifically and only used until picked up by the English in like the 1600s. It wasn't until the 1600s that the word conspiracy became something that was, quote, sinister and about plotting and doing evil, particularly towards the government. It wasn't until the 1600s. Up until that point, the word conspiracy, the definition is a lot longer than that, but particularly it is talking about the love, because conspiracy was about the love, the emotion emanated through the breath of these musicians, breathing together to produce to ensure a certain outcome. What's the outcome? A singular piece of a singular piece of music, a singular communication. I love that so much. I love that so much. I love it so much. Every time I talk to people about the conspiracy, every time I talk to people about why we say we do not pray, we conspire, why we say that we do not cast spells, we cast conspiracies. It is because to know the origin of the word, to know the truth of the word, when it came to be, we do not even know who and what the conditions that gave rise to the very first time somebody came up with this word called conspiracy when observing musicians playing together. And the reason I keep saying playing together is because the primary instruments of that period were the pan flute, right? Either the two-sided flute, the flute, or the harp. That was it. And so I imagine some person, and it was typically around ceremony. They wasn't just out, on the street corner trying to get some coins. It was ceremonial, the playing of always. It was spiritual. It was in adoration of the goddess every time. And so I imagine some lay person who did not play an instrument, who wasn't a part of the schools of mysteries, the cult of Dionysus, typically in Greek society, and then Bacchus in Roman society. The lay person who was not fortunate enough to be a devotee in the cult of Dionysus or the cult of Bacchus, which is where the musicians were trained, which is where they came from. Not only the musicians, the bards, the poet. A bard is a poet. The bards, aka the poets, the singers, and the musicians. Those who were in theater, those who were involved in theater, actors, they too were all trained in the cults of Dionysus and Bacchus, in the mysteries of Dionysus and Bacchus. So I imagine some lay person who was not fortunate enough to, I'm having a whole moment right now, who was not fortunate enough to participate in the mysteries, seeing these people obviously playing different parts and different pieces of the song. And it is ceremonial. It is during a ritual or a festival or a ceremony that this lay person experiences this conspiracy, and comes up with this word that attempts to describe what it evokes in them. But that's the word. That's the origin of the word. That it's not just about people, quote, breathing an oath, breathing together a sacred oath to ensure a certain outcome. It is the intention through which that breath leaves the body. It's the intention. Where does the intention for the place through which the breath leaves the body? What fuels, what warms, what heats, what fires? What fires? God, I'm having a whole moment. What fires the intention from where that breath leaves the body? Oh my God, I'm having a whole ass moment. I'm gonna have to come back to this and take notes. And then Victory Music says that you just looked up the book and saw the series. Yes, so that has pulled me back to myself. But that's why we say, for those of you who are new and do not know what we just did in the recitation of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. And I've been talking about this. Let me just say something else before I get into this book. I've been talking about this all week. I've been talking about some variation of this all week because I've been talking about some variation of this all week. And the reason why is because I keep saying that we need to simplify. We need to simplify. And I know that's hard when we have grown accustomed to accepting that in order for anything to be valid, it must be complicated. For anything to be scientific, it must be complicated. For anything to be philosophical, it must be complicated. For anything to even be religious, it must be complicated. For anything to be politically like, I don't want to say correct because it's not that kind of political correctness that I'm talking about. For it to be politically valid, it must be complicated. It must be complicated because if I can understand it as a lay person, if I can understand it as a simple person, if I can understand it and I got an 8th grade reading comprehension, if I can understand it and I only got a 12th grade reading comprehension, then something ain't right. You hear what I'm telling you? I hope you hear what I'm telling you. When I say that it is a skill, it is an art to learn to not only simplify, but to see the majesty in the seemingly mundane. To see the magnitude of the seemingly minute. To see salvation in that which we say the devil lying in the details. What am I always harping on? Always harping on is your Bible. I'm always harping on your Bible. I have to find the scripture because I keep citing it. So I should maybe tell y'all where it's from. But there's a scripture in the Bible that says the adversary. It didn't say the devil. It didn't say Lucifer. It didn't say the dragon. It didn't say the Leviathan. It didn't say the witches. It didn't say the homosexuals. It didn't say none of that. It said the adversary is the author of all confusion. The adversary is the author of all confusion. Why do I say that in this moment? If the adversary, whoever that is, if your adversary, whoever that is, if our adversary, and we know who that is, if the adversary is the author of all confusion, then what is your most righteous weapon against it, your adversary? Is to simplify. It is to simplify. It is to simplify your language. Yes, they hate it. It is to simplify. It is to break it down and make it plain so even the youngest among us can be empowered. It is to break it down and simplify and mush it up in your mouth. Just like you do a little baby, you mush it up in your mouth so that they can eat it. You mush it up. You simplify. You break it down so that everybody that hears you speak can be empowered, so that everybody that hears you open your mouth can be fed, can be raised up. That's why your adversary is the author of all confusion. What do I mean by that? Your adversary is the author of all confusion. Well, today was a day where that was evident. Today was a day where that was evident. I'm going to walk y'all through some shit before I open up this book. And I'm going to try to be very short, brief. But thank you so much, Janet Kennedy. It is 1 Corinthians 14:33. The adversary is the author of all confusion. Thank you so much. I love when y'all do that. I love when y'all come through for me like that. 1 Corinthians 14:33. The adversary is the author of all confusion. I will take it a step further. The adversary is the author of all confusion. One day, because y'all know I'm obsessed with etymology, because I know that every single solitary thing that is today has probably had a completely opposing origin And because our bosses are perpetually 24 hours a day finding ways to maintain a stranglehold on the whole damn planet, that they have even manipulated every single solitary word in the human lexicon, not just English, in the human lexicon, to keep us off our square. So I'm obsessed with etymology. I search the etymology for everything. When I tell you, I don't leave no stone unturned. And so one day I decided to search the etymology for the word war. For the word war. Do you know what the etymology? The etymology is the true original meaning of the word. It is the origin of the word. It is the breakdown of the word. It is the meaning of the two things that come together to form the word. Do you know what the meaning of the word war is? Do you know what the true meaning of the word war is? To cause confusion. That's what the word means. The word war means etymologically to cause confusion. To cause confusion. Oh, yes. Janet Kennedy also says 1 Peter verse 5, chapter 5, verse 8. Thank you, baby. Yes. So here your Bible say, the adversary. Who the adversary of this day? The adversary is the author of all confusion. Then you search the etymology for the word war, and the word means to cause confusion. That's it. To cause confusion. So who the adversary? Who are the agents of war? The adversary. Why? Because the adversary is the author of all confusion. What that means? War means to cause confusion. Take nothing for granted and always simplify. The reason that I do this is because I know my adversary. I know my adversary. And if you think about it, I'm certain that 99.9% of you tuning in right now knows your adversary, whether you're aware of it or not. I spent so many years in medical school. I spent 9.5 years in medical school. And as a part of my activist work, I was a revolutionary while I was going to medical school. As a part of my activist work, I was hosting a radio show called Colonialism is Bad for Your Health. And so as a part of that show, as a part of that project, and because I was a medical student at the same time, there is a conference that's held at Yale University every year. The name of the conference is Unite for Sight. It is a nonprofit that works with Yale to host these conferences every year that bring doctors, medical students, medical professionals from literally all over the planet, and to foster Unite for Sight, which is an NGO. Unite for Sight is a non-governmental organization that whose main mission is to resolve the causes of preventable blindness in the third world. And so I started going to these conferences every year as press, but also as a medical student, primarily to get contacts of people to interview on my radio show. And the first year that I went was so eye-opening. It was so eye-opening. It was so mind-blowing because we know who our adversary is. We do. It is a spirit. And I'm not talking about no ooga booga spirit. I'm not talking about some, demons jumped in their body, or, the devil made me do it. None of that shit. I ain't talking about none of that shit. When I say it's a spirit, it is something that has been breathed into the atmosphere for so long as a belief that we collectively make it real. Do you understand? And so white supremacy, white nationalism is a spirit. And it is a spirit that we have all participated in making real through our own breath, through the power of our own breath. Do you understand? And so that shit is noxious. It's contagious. It's become hereditary, if not nipped in the bud. You feel me? So I go to the first year that I go to this conference at Yale. It was a 4-day conference, and there's a main like welcoming panel discussion in the main auditorium where there are like 4,000 people listening to these professionals from all over the planet about this wonderful work they're doing in the third world, and then breakout sessions for the rest of the weekend where there were like 40 different mini like workshops, and you have to run like people are literally running across the campus all weekend trying to catch the workshops that are most important to them before the weekend is over, right? It was never, those of you who work in the corporate world will totally know what I'm about to say. It was never more evident, this spirit, because let me tell you something. In order for the spirit of white supremacy and white nationalism to exist and to thrive the way that it has, simultaneously something else has to happen. Another spirit has to be present. Another spirit has to be present, created in order for white supremacy and white nationalism to thrive the way that it has. What's that spirit? It is the spirit of what's the word I want to use? It's inferiority, of indigenous inferiority. And the reason that I say indigenous is because white supremacy and white nationalism has been a spirit seeded on every continent on earth, among every group of indigenous people on the planet, including themselves, by the way, including themselves. Because even before they came out into the world to, quote, share and disseminate this idea of white supremacy with the colored of us around the world, for many, let's see, 3,000 years, maybe a little bit more than that, for about 3,000 years, even before they had a consciousness and a word for white supremacy and white nationalism, among them, there were those who said, we the best of us. And because we the best of us, we have a right to colonize you and to capture your women and to capture your girl children and to marry them very young and put chastity belts on, because we are the best among those that live on this part of the planet. You feel me? It is our God-given right to oppress and to dominate and subjugate and massacre and steal destinies and all of that stuff. Okay? And so even before they even set out to, quote, discover the heathen world, this seed of white supremacy, this seed of white nationalism was already taking root on the planet. And the reason I'm saying this is because inferiority that we accepted once we came into contact with them everywhere, right? This same seed could not have thrived. The roots could not have latched in if they had gone out to, quote, discover the colored world, and the colored world had been like, oh, poor tink, poor simpleton. Nah, boo, it ain't like that. You got it twisted, you got it wrong. This is what it is. We the gods, or whatever. Our gods and had maintained a position. But the thing that helped, that assisted in the seeding of this sickness, in the seeding of the spirit of white nationalism and white supremacy that we see in its most insane form in a long time. The thing that assisted was brute force. See, they could not have, quote, gone out to discover what had already been implemented, right? Without brute force. They could not have dominated the entire planet, this spirit. Because I'm not talking about the people. I am talking, because we had a conversation yesterday that I know was really difficult for a lot of you to hear. It was difficult for me to articulate. And I have been pondering, literally obsessing over it all day, because I want to make it plain. I want to keep it clear, but I need to tell you something about what it is we must do right now. I want to tell you something because we have to. What does the conspiracy say? That we are the creators of the new world. We are the creators of the new culture, of the new traditions, of the new ways of being. Do you understand? And for us to internalize that, for us to believe it, and it shape and transform how we behave, how we present in the rest of the world, we have to study, and we have to have a deeper and a more honest explanation of how we got to this moment. And up until this point, there's a lot of information because there is a lot of history. And every day, more and more of that which has been hidden is becoming unveiled. But always assume what has been revealed to you, that there is a million times more still hidden. And if we want to take advantage of this most incredible moment in time, this most magnanimous moment in time, then we have to be honest in our assessment and our observation and our understanding of how this moment came to be. Not only how this moment came to be, but that this moment is creating everything that will be. You hear me? This moment simultaneously is the culmination of a global, singular unfolding of the past that has led to this moment. And at the same time, we all together on the whole planet, good, bad, and ugly, rich and poor, those that are people that are in people's bellies right now, and those that are aging out of the world, we all in this moment, at the same time that we are the culmination of a global past, of a singular past, we in this moment, and what we do, what we choose to consciously do in this moment, is creating every future. It's creating every future. Now is all pasts, and now is all futures. So we, more than anybody else, at least that we can consciously look back to in what we call the past, at least what has been unearthed, in anthropology and archaeology. We right now, more than any other time in human history, we are the only ones in human history that have no excuses. We don't. We have no excuses. Not only do we not have any excuses, the reason we don't have any excuses is because every single solitary instrument, every tool, every bit of information, everything that we could ever need to transform everything that is, to quote, right all wrongs right now, everything that we could possibly ever need exists at the same time that we exist. That's why we ain't got no excuses. Not only do we not have any excuses, astrologically, this period in human history, one of the defining, astrological attributes of this moment. It is said that with our entry into Aquarius, being led at the helm by the planet Pluto, aka the goddess Oya, she who sits on a buffalo, shapeshifter that she is, and drags us into the future. That's who's sitting at the helm as Aquarius has made his transition into the new age. That this represents not only that, it is this moment that we're in right now, but that has been preceded by these last three presidents. Obama, because Pluto's entry into this period started in 2008, the actual month that your Negro president became the president. And ever since your Negro became the president, she been right up in here in full effect, disclosing, unveiling, revealing. Isn't that what she is? The great revealer. She who governs revelations. She who removes the veils, who removes the mask so that your enemies can be seen and judged. The 99% movement, wasn't that the consequence of this revelation of the wickedness of the 1% and the bankers? The Me Too movement, the unveiling of a freaking damn near 100-year tendency in Hollywood of the most gruesome kinds of crimes and exploitation. Isn't that what we've been walking through all this time? You understand? And the reason that I'm saying this is because the other thing that this moment astrologically represents is I was making a point. The revelations, hold on, is the end, because this period, this entry into the age of Aquarius, is that which was preceded by the age of Pisces, but not the mother's age of Pisces. Now, that's some shit we can probably go into a lot more in depth. But every age that we've transitioned into since the advent of the establishment of the patriarchy has been a making of the Father God. So when we talk about the transition from sign to sign to sign, and we give the signs these attributes, the attributes, I'm 1,000% certain, were different when the mother reigned supreme. I have no problem with that. But under the Father God, led by his son, the age of Pisces that we had transitioned out of, one of the quote shadow side issues with the age of Pisces is the establishment of victimhood and martyrdom. Not only the establishment of victimhood and martyrdom, but the glorification of victimhood and martyrdom. What is the greatest price that you can pay as a believer for another human? It is to sacrifice yourself for the greater good. And every single solitary would-be revolutionary, so-called self-proclaimed hero, revolutionary rock star, you name it, they all with the internalizing of the need that in order to be a hero champion of the people is the expectation that I will become a martyr for the cause. That is not your mother's doing. That ain't your mama doing. That's not your mother's doing. This is a malignancy of the imposition of this sickness, this spirit that I was just telling you about. I'm not on a tangent. This same sickness of white supremacy, this same sickness of white nationalism, this same sickness that has the son sever his connection to the primordial, that has the son in his sickness and in his madness sever his connection from his mother. Do you understand? And once you see it, babe, you cannot unsee it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. I've been up in here blowed, because there are two things that we see all the time that are the necessary archetypal stories imprinted for 6,000 years of patriarchy, imprinted on our limbic brain, on the aspect of our brain that when we see images, when we see symbols, when we see signs, those have more of an impact on our behavior than the quote words that we read. And so these masters of confusion, these authors of confusion, these ancient propagandists who have seized possession of your song, of your ceremony, of your rituals, of your rites of passage, of your stories, of the actual bodies in the sky. There's nothing that they have left unaccounted for, where they took their sick self and superimposed their face on the mother's face, their words on the mother's words, because they ain't got no creative spirit, boo. If they are severed in their relationship from their mama, if they severed from their relationship with the great primordial, they have lost creative spirit. That's why they got to steal. That's why cultural appropriation. That's why they got to rob you blind. That's why they got to rob culture and song and history. That's why. It's because in the isolation, in the severance from the primordial, in the isolation, in the despair, and the desperation caused by that isolation, in that desperation caused by that isolation, that self-imposed isolation, where can they dig to? Where do they dig from to invent? Where do they dig? Where do they pull from to create? Where would it possibly come from to dream something radically new? How could that imagining happen? Where would it come from? If they are, and what I mean when I say that they are severed, that they are self-imposed in their isolation from the primordial, I am still not talking about something off the fuck in the beyond, in the over yonder. I am talking about the kind of madness in these human beings. And when I say these human beings, I want to be clear and simple. When I say white supremacy, when I say white nationalism, I am talking about anybody that is infected with that sickness. Because I know a hell a lot of black-skinned white nationalists. Sure do. I know a ton of white supremacists who are black and got uteruses. Sure do. Sure do. Sure do. Who Mexican? White supremacists who are Mexican. White supremacists who are black as me. White supremacists who are native, living on reservations, living on third world countries on their own land, and still white nationalists. Sure do know them. Sure have met them. Sure have. So I want, and when I say that these are the kind of conversations we got to have if we are genuinely honest about creating the world that we all know in our spirit. That's why we all sick, because we all know in our spirit that this can be better, that we can create something better, and that the bureaucracy exists. Hold on. And that the bureaucracy exists to ensure that we never tap into that spirit that allows us to change this thing once and for all, to keep you busy, to keep you demoralized, to keep you sad, to keep you perpetually triggered, to keep you the perpetual victim. And one of the things about the entry into the age of Aquarius under the leadership of the planet Pluto, aka the goddess Oya, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and ending of all things, she who encompasses the all. This is her moment. And what she says is the only cure for all that ails you is courageous action. That's what she said. There ain't no getting around it. The only cure for all that ails you is courageous action. And I'm here. I got your back. But you got to bust a move. You got to bust a move. If you want to purge the spirit, if you want to bury the spirit that has caused every sickness on this planet, you must take courageous action. That's all it takes for right now. It's just courageous action. I know you're scared. I know you're fearful. All it takes is courageous action. What does Shango say? Shango is who you call when you have something that you are afraid of and you must get up the gumption. You know, they say make an offering to Shango, blow some wine or blow the stogie on Shango to get up the gumption to face this thing that you are afraid of. Because he says that the only cure for fear is courageous action. It doesn't mean don't be afraid. Fear is a valid emotion. It teaches you something about how to navigate the world as it is in this moment. But to be subdued by, and also to understand fear, to internalize fear, to recognize fear as a healthy emotion, because it tells you how to navigate in the world, but it also requires a response. Fear, like every emotion, requires a response. That's the feedback loop. And what do we do when we experience fear? We are subdued. What do we do when we experience fear? We are subdued. We stay behind our house. We become recluse. We become subdued. We take no action. And the reason that we take no action is because our adversary is the author of all confusion. What is its primary weapon of confusion? War. What does war mean? To cause confusion. This is why our so-called reptilian brain, our so-called limbic system is literally paralyzed from showing up for us the way that it always has, with we as humans living out in the elements in this harmonious cyclical relationship with the environment around us, being born perfect because we are. Our limbic system teaches us through our eyes and our other senses what to be afraid of, what the response, what the emotion of fear is, and what our natural response to fear should be. Do you want me to be even more simple than that? The gazelle is always mindful and always ever present that in the same terrain and environment that it lives and thrives in, there are a multiplicity of predators that live in that same environment that see lamb chops, that see pork chops when they see the gazelle. The gazelle, in its natural occurrence in the environment, recognizes its relationship to its environment. And so the gazelle, needing to exist on this planet, but also recognizing its weakness within the grand scheme of things, also has an emotional response biofeedback, part of which is fear. And because it understands fear, it understands threats that causes fear, the gazelle typically is faster than most of its predators. Do you see what I'm saying? The gazelle does not see the lion and be like, damn, it's a wrap. He too close. I ain't going to be able to get away from him. You feel me? I might as well go ahead and take this L. It's a wrap. It's over. Does the gazelle do that? The gazelle says, he ain't but 6 feet away from me. There ain't no chance I'm going to get away. But guess what? I'm still going to run my hardest. I'm still going to jump my highest. I'm still going to dodge. I'm still going to. You see gazelles, they don't run in a straight line, do they? They bounce back and forth to try to get him off his square, to try to tire him out. Guess what else the gazelle got? Even though the gazelle knows that they are at a weakness in this relationship, the gazelle is like, I still got these horns on my head. I still got these antlers, you feel me? And so I'm going to do my little thing. I'm going to do my little dance. I'm going to do my little try to get away. My little dodging move. And even if I can't get away and he catch me and he done literally laid his paws and his jaws in my backside, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn around and take these horns and still try to get my licks in. Watch videos after we get up off here tonight of animals in the Serengeti. And show me one time you find a smaller, a weaker, a typically prey animal that just sit there and take the L. Just sit there and take, for those of you who do not know hood lingo, to take the L is to take the loss. Okay. I want you, if you can find one, send me the link. Find me one video of a single animal on earth, anywhere, that when confronted with imminent mortality, stay still, paralyzed by fear, and do not respond. Just take the L. Just take the L. Just take the L. There's one animal, interestingly enough, there's one animal that will freeze, and that still is a response to fear. The hope is that the predator thinks the animal is already dead. And most predators will not eat animals that are already dead. So the animal will and then fall to the ground and play dead. Because they know prey animals, predatory animals will not eat dead animals. Isn't that interesting? This is a word for the day. Because we spent all that time yesterday talking about the goat, about goat symbolism, about I'm a Capricorn moon, about my little goat attributes. It is the goat. The goat will freeze and fall over, hoping that the threat will move on because the predator thinks it's dead. It's still a response based in this perfect biofeedback given to this animal by its mother, recognizing the grand scheme of things. Do you understand? We have been trained to take the opposite position of what our body is attempting to teach us against what our body is attempting to challenge us to do. That didn't happen easily. It didn't happen in a short period of time. It didn't happen just because we started watching TV. This has been a 6,000-year propaganda campaign to ensure that the God that had been reduced to a slave would never recall and never remember that it is God, and there is no such creature in the universe as a slave. That's what we're charged to remember. That's what we're charged to recall. There's no such a monstrosity, no such a creation as a slave. And so the only way to convince God that it is a slave, the only way to convince the primordial, of its inferiority, the only way to convince the primordial of its need to suffer. You need to suffer if you want to go to heaven. Because it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven. You need to suffer. Not only do you need to suffer, you need to be happy and joyful in your suffering. You need to bear and take up your cross in suffering. You need to put your suffering on display. You need to turn the other cheek. You have literally been taught to be victim. You have literally been taught to be slave. You have taught how? Under brute, unimaginable, consistent force. Under brute, unimaginable, consistent force. So the animal in you, the animal that is you, the animal that is you, with all the same animal instincts of every creature, roly-polies, as little as they are, can still detect danger. And what do? Hoping that they little external shell keep the little crazy kid from mushing them or whatever. Every creature on this planet, as a part of the grand tapestry that is the one, every creature, every plant, everything that is has some level of respiration, every creature, microbes, fungi, candida, parasites like little worms, like pinworms, hookworms, they all have coded within them self-preservation mechanisms. Everything wants to see itself live forever in its offspring. So it is born with the perfect mechanisms of self-preservation. Every creature, every animal, every plant has self-preservation mechanisms. And we, supposedly, the apex of the evolutionary process, the gods on this planet, if you will, the highest example of evolution, have had our entire cyclical, intimately related biological feedback mechanism totally hijacked. And do you know how it has been totally hijacked? By those possessed with a spirit of internalized inferiority, becoming malignant and violent to the degree that consistently and perpetually for 6,000+ years, everything that is life affirming and life giving and emanates happiness and mystery and and all of the wonderful things that make life worth living on earth, they have hijacked, flipped inside out, turned upside down. And for that to be the case, the only thing that it can produce is death. The only thing that it can produce is sickness. The only thing that it can produce is malignancy. The only thing that it can produce is despair. The only thing that it can produce is sadness. The only thing that it can produce is grief, is woe, is misery. So when I talk about, I know this don't seem connected to what I was talking about conspiracies. It is directly related, because the reason and the way that conspiracy became, quote, a sinister word, a bad word, a word of plots and schemes behind closed doors and hidden in plain sight to do these terrible things, to the this and this and this and this. It is because conspiracy could only be transformed into something that guaranteed the outcome desirable by godheads of war. The only outcome desirable by godheads of war is death and blood, brigandage, tyranny, sickness, sadness, exploitation, subjugation, domination. That's the only thing it can't produce anything good. It cannot produce anything life affirming. It cannot produce anything life supporting. It cannot produce anything generative. It cannot produce anything of ingenuity. It cannot be innovative in any way. All that it can do is take what has already been created and then stick its miserable tentacles into it in an attempt to pervert it from the inside out and replicate itself that way. And so y'all perpetually remain confused. Why? Because your adversary is the author of all confusion. Why? Because his chief weapon in this authoring of confusion is war, which literally tells you war means to cause confusion. You see how that goes? And so he will take a word developed, imagined out of the awe of seeing these ancient musicians who have descended into ceremonial madness in adoration and worship of the goddess through her son Dionysus, while imbibing on wine and psychedelic mushrooms and engaged in radical Kundalini inspiring orgiastic sex, while Pan, the goat flute man, the horny goat man, is playing the pipes, turning up the party. And it is only when these three holy rites occur at the same time that the goddess descends upon the heads not only of those that are engaged in the ritual, but everybody who is said observer also feels her descend upon them. And this moment where this person says, oh my God, I felt the moment when the music struck something in me and I felt bigger than I ever have. And this person says, this feels like a conspiracy. Why? Because con means with. That it couldn't have happened if he was there by himself. Con means with. Spire means to breathe. It means to breathe. That's why spirit. That's why Holy Spirit. That's why inspire. That's why respire. That's why conspire. Is because this thing that is too big for us to articulate lives in it all. You, as an entity watching me right now, are a conspiracy. You, as you are sitting here, alive and well and breathing and thinking, are a conspiracy. You are the breathing together in sacred harmonious union where the two become one, where the kundalini of the two become one, and in the breathing, and the looking into one another's eyes and the spark, the light that occurs in this most intimate ceremony on earth, in the magic of that moment, a spark of light illuminates the moment where the egg opens up and allows the sperm she chooses to come into her. You are the evidence. You are the certain, you are the definitive, certain outcome, the only outcome that could have occurred as a consequence of the sacred union between your mother and your father. You are the evidence of a conspiracy concluded, made real. You see what I'm saying? And everything is a conspiracy. To breathe together a sacred oath to ensure a certain outcome means that everything is a conspiracy. This laptop through which I am communicating to you, some of you who are tuning in. I don't think she's still here. Tuning in all the way from New Zealand. Is it just somebody sitting in their garage or their basement by themselves, never going to school, never reading a book, never learning anything? Would they have been capable of creating this instrument that has instantly made the entire world so small and our ability to communicate with one another? What is it that we have at our disposal, to ensure the certain outcome of that which we desire? The starting point is to speak it out loud. That's how the computer came to be. The computer came to be as a consequence of the coming together. It might have been the quote lightning strike of illumination in one person, but that person didn't have all the skills that they needed to make this big idea give birth to this big idea, for it to become a material force in the world that could change the world as we know it. This is a conspiracy. What was necessary? Not just the idea. That wasn't the only ingredient. It was a culmination of lived experiences. That's where the idea came from, baby. The idea does not come from outside in, child. The idea comes from within. The idea comes from within all the time, every time. The idea comes from a culmination of your lived experiences. It comes from a culmination of everything that you have learned up until that moment. It comes from all of the contributions of those stored and locked memories and information of your ancestors alive in your blood right now, waiting to be broke the hell open. It comes from interventions with you and others. You meet someone and they're like, man, I've been thinking about this. And you're like, oh my God, yes, right? And then y'all start to talk. Then the idea comes from here to here. Now you breathe it out your mouth so that somebody else can receive it and say, I have these skills that you've been missing. This missing link you got right here, I got that. And then with y'all two becomes the 4. What does that sound like? The 4 becomes the 8. What does that sound like? The 8 becomes the 16. What does it sound like? What does it sound like? It sounds like you, the moment the egg and the sperm met, where the 2 become 1, and then the 1 becomes 2, and the 2 becomes 4, and the 4 becomes 16, and the 16 become 32, and so on, so on, so on, so on. We reproduce that process all the time, every day. We reproduce the majesty of what allowed us to be in the material form every day, every day, every day. But the authors of confusion do not want you to see the majesty in the moment. The authors of confusion cannot afford for you to get anywhere near enough rest to contemplate bigger, bolder, to become the personification of your God self and the power inherent in that to create in real time. You don't even give yourself enough time to big up your accomplishments as the fulfillment, as the birth-giving process, as the evidence of this thing that started here, completely ambiguous and non-perceptible, this thing that started here, and to this material force of completion and creation, the evidence of your God power and your God self every day in the real world. They cannot afford for you to see your accomplishments that way. That's why they be trying to demote you and diminish you and shut you up when you jump through every hoop they lay before you. Black women got more freaking degrees than any singular group of people in this country, and we still cannot get no respect from nobody. Still can't get no respect. We jump through every hoop that is supposed to ensure us a level of respect that is supposed to be indicative with these degrees we got of our ability to solve problems, to make gains, to move through the world with a level of ease that is supposed to be assured to us when we jump through these hoops that you create for us. That ain't been the case. Damn sure not this year. 350,000 Black women lost their jobs this year. more than any other group. 350,000 Black women lost their jobs this year. And I'm saying this because to simplify, which is how I started off. I guess I ain't going to be reading this book today. I guess I'm going to have to change the picture and everything. But we're in a moment. This moment, astrologically, this month, astrologically, your adversary is at work. And y'all be falling for the okie doke way too quick, way too easy. As much as we know, as much as we've seen, and y'all be falling, I'll be stupefied. Y'all be falling for the okie doke way too easy. It's concerning because we know better. And I'm gonna tell you, I don't care if you 15 years old or older, you don't have no excuse to be falling for the okie doke. Not today. Not today. Not in this day. You know too much. You know too much to be falling for the okie doke. It's not enough. I'm sorry. In the age of information, in the age where there is no secret that has not been unearthed, there's no hidden schools of mysteries that has not been laid bare. There are no secrets. There are no secrets. I'm trying to keep my mouth bridled. Okay. There are no secrets. Bump what you heard. That's my attempt at self-censoring. Just because I'm on TikTok. Bump what you heard. There is no excuse. I get it. The author of confusion has set up many barriers to information and to like education. There still is no excuse for ignorance today, for willful ignorance in particular, for cognitive dissidence in particular. There is no excuse. Not one. Not one. Not your. The words I believe. Now, I'll be honest. The words I believe should be X'd out of the human lexicon. Should be X'd out of the human lexicon. Should be X'd out of the human lexicon. When is the last time you heard any of your, quote, governmental leaders say, I believe? When's the last time you heard that? When's the last time you heard that? When's the last time you heard your preacher say, I believe? They get up on that podium with certainty. They tell you to believe. When's the last time you heard your preacher, your priest, your imam, your rabbi say, I believe? What I believe is, when's the last time you heard that? This is not the day. This is not the day. This is not the time. This is not the moment. And the responsible, thinking human being, regardless of their age, regardless of their upbringing, baby, I know it's hard. But anybody that is suffering, anybody that is in a state of despair and knows in their spirit that there can be more, that this can be different, I believe must be X'd out of the lexicon. I know. I am certain. I feel. Those are your words. Those are your phrases. I know. Why can you know with certainty? Because this Pandora's box right here, this computer that you got in your hands all the time, you don't leave home without it, this laptop. I got to step on most of y'all. I got about 3,500 books in this apartment. There's no excuse. There's just no excuse. There's no excuse for belief. Belief is a requirement of that which cannot be proved. Belief is a blind requirement for that which has no evidence in the real world. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Do I need to simplify more? Do you hear what I'm telling you? Belief is for those who refuse to know. Belief is for those who refuse knowledge, to refuse to know, to refuse and reject and fail to accept a truth undeniable staring them in the face. Truth will be staring them in the face, and they will fold up their arms and frown up their face. Well, I believe. I ain't ask you what you believe. I told you to go within and dig up what you know, and then look up on these instruments. Look up on these instruments to confirm what you feel deep from within. Both are valid. Both are valid. Your intuition is learned. It does not come from without. Your intuition is learned. It is the culmination of a magnitude of information that was coming into you, and you were receiving it, but it was coming in so fast that your quote conscious mind could not process it. But your ancient mind said, I'm gonna keep it back here because this gonna be useful. This gonna be useful. You're gonna need this one day. And so when you have, let me tell you a story. This is a perfect segue into the story I must tell you about what happened to me in the city. Very, very recently. I was trying to get to the mailbox to drop early, first thing, 9 o'clock, to drop off a package at the post office. The post office is 4 blocks from my house. So it's 8:30. I walk to the post office. It's not yet open, so I'm waiting outside, go to the post office, do my business, and I'm heading back down the same street, very busy street right here in Hollywood, to my house. As I'm crossing one of the streets, I wasn't even thinking nothing of it. There was a guy standing at the light post as I'm crossing the street. So I think he's about to cross the other direction because he's facing that way, right? So I see the guy out of the corner of my eye. He looks homeless. You know, he looks like he might be homeless just because of his appearance, but he was playing music really loud. He had his phone in his hand and he was playing music really, really loud. Okay. I ain't think nothing of it because I see a million homeless people a day in this city. I digress. So I keep walking. Don't think nothing of it. But then all of a sudden, what I thought he was going to be, because he is crossing like he's going to cross this way and I'm going straight. But then I hear his music, you know, I can tell it's a ways behind me, but I hear his music behind me. And so I look over my shoulder. I was like, okay, yeah, he behind me. But I still didn't think nothing of it. I had no kind of bad experiences since I've been here in California. Not like that. Not like anything that would scare me. I ain't think nothing of it. Okay. And then I can tell because he's walking faster than I am and he's getting closer to me. My instinct was to just like kind of slide over to let him pass me because it's a narrow sidewalk and I'm walking slower than he is. And as I'm walking and I feel this instinct to just kind of slide over to let him by, I'm telling you, it felt just like this. Just one hard pump of my heart, hard. And at that moment, an alley, like I was walking and an alley opened up. And instead of just stepping aside, I actually turned down the alley and put my back against the wall. Right? It was so weird because it was that obvious. There's one hard heartbeat. And I was like, you know what? Let me just step all the way off the sidewalk and put my back up against this alley wall at 9 o'clock in the morning. And when that dude passed by, what had been a phone in his hand was in the other hand. And he had a huge knife, this fucking big, in his hand, walking behind me. Where he had turned behind me as soon as I'd crossed the street. Nobody else on the sidewalk. You hear me? That just happened. And so that is a very small microcosm of what is being generated by this spirit. What is being generated by this spirit, let me say, what is being intensified, what is being fed and intensified by this spirit that is internalizing a certain desperation of finality. Was that too deep? This spirit of white supremacy, the spirit of white nationalism knows, even if we don't, that it's on its way out. This intensity of finality, this spirit, white supremacy, this spirit, white nationalism, knows that the end is near, because where you do not pay attention to astronomy and astrology and the mythologies of your ancestors, your adversary does. Your adversary knows you and your people them better than you do, and has taken and perverted every story that is yours, knowing that you will relate to the images in your ancient brain. You will relate to the images. You will see the sameness of the images. And that's where the perversion comes, because you will see the images through his worldview, not through your ancestral worldview, not through the worldview of the mothers and the aunties and the sisters and the daughters of the old age. No, you will see him in all your iconography. You will see him in all your imagery. That's why I really want to do a whole workshop. It will probably take a 4-day symposium for me to teach you this. But it is why, and the heralders, the preachers of, the disseminators of, the loudest of this whole new, about 25-year-old, line, if you will, of the Illuminati takeover of hip hop, the presence of the Illuminati in pop culture. This is a prime example of what I'm trying to teach you. That the spirit of white supremacy, the spirit of white nationalism, which actually I could go a little bit deeper. The spirit of white supremacy and the spirit of white nationalism are just the malignant offspring of the very old granddaddy patriarchy. That these white supremacy, white nationalism, capitalism, the oligarchy, the corporatocracy, kingdoms, empires, these are all the malignant offsprings. This is the singular, like I was telling y'all the other day about the single cell, that something goes wrong, some mutagenic damage in the single cell, and the single cell still wants to do what the healthy cells do. It wants to attempt to give birth. It wants to attempt to reproduce itself, just like the healthy cells do, the mama and the daughter cells do. And so the malignant cell, the son cell, not able to give life, only being able to give death. When in an antagonistic relationship with the mother, when you're in an antagonistic relationship with the mother, all you can do is give life, and death. And not only can all you do is give death, all you can reproduce is the malignancy of death. You see, and so just like that single cell, that over time of it splitting apart and reproducing its mutation, its malignancy, and all of these healthy cells, when it invades each of the healthy cells with its malignancy, until finally after 10 years you got a tumor that you need to have excised out your boobie. You feel me? Patriarchy is the same way. And what we're looking at is an antagonistic relationship between the mother and the son, gone rogue in his isolation and separation from himself. He is at war with himself when he is at war with his mother. Why? Because she lives in all of us. She is in all of us. That ain't my opinion. White males, just like every other male on earth, has mitochondrial DNA. All mitochondrial DNA in every living being on the earth right now today comes from a singular human being who was black, coal black, with nappy hair and jet black skin from sub-Saharan Africa. He too has mitochondrial DNA. So when he is at war with blackness, when he is at war with femaleness, when he is at war with those who have a uterus, and that war is based on his envy of the generative process that he has. But in his mind, because he can't create a human out of his body, he believes that he cannot be a creator. And in his envy of his mother's ability to generate out of her body, that envy becomes a madness. It becomes a madness. So when I say that he is at war with his mother, I mean that literally, I mean that scientifically. He too has mitochondrial DNA. You understand what I'm saying? And so what ends up happening with this singular cell where something goes wrong, what did I tell y'all the other day? That according to homeopathy and traditional Chinese medicine, and according to Barbara Walker, that the cause of all disease is some type of spiritual disharmony. Something happens at the spiritual level first, and if it is not resolved, it becomes embodied. Do you see what I'm saying? What did Barbara Walker say? It was a miasma. What was a miasma according to the Greeks? A spiritual pollution spoken from the mouths of hurt and harmed women. The spiritual pollution that could chase families down from generation to generation to generation until resolved. Isn't that what she said in the book? That is a metaphorical, anthropomorphized way to communicate very well what science has observed in genetics. That it is not just eye color, hair color, and skin color that is passed down through our genetic material. It is experiences, good and bad. It is memories, good and bad. It is learned information that has become embodied. Do you understand what I'm saying? The difference between knowledge and wisdom? Knowledge is the acquisition of information. Wisdom is when that information becomes embodied. It becomes a part of your flesh and actually impacts and changes your behavior. It becomes a physical force, the transition from knowledge to wisdom. That's why even your Bible always calls wisdom a lady, wisdom a female. Wisdom is a woman. Why? Because the woman represents the flesh, right? That's your Bible. The woman represents the flesh and the man represents the spirit, you feel me? And when knowledge, which is, quote, masculine, this is your Bible. When knowledge, which is masculine, becomes embodied, it becomes a woman because it is made a material force. And she, as Lucifer, is the Lord of the world, is the Lord of the earth. That's why the vilification of women, that's another story for another day. But I'm telling you, I don't know how many ways I can communicate it. I get the world is terrifying and scary, and we see the malignancy run amok and run astray. But we have to be clear every time we see some news headline broadcast that we are seeing it not through the lens of the author of confusion that still has a stranglehold on our brain. We have to see these news broadcasts, these headlines, through the lens of the inevitably emerging mother who is already here staging the contest to reclaim dominion over that which is hers. You hear me? She already up in here staging the contest. She just needs the physical and peculiar personifications of herself, which is us. That's why in our conspiracy, we say that I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a peculiar expression of the mother's divine will made real, made a material force. I am her only way as a material force in the material plane for her to execute her will, her ambitions for herself as she experiences that which she created. In every single one of us, we all are a specific and necessary, peculiar expression of the mother's divine will made a material force. I said we all are a necessary, meaning needed, meaning important. We all are a necessary, completely powerful, peculiar, not independent, peculiar, interdependent, peculiar, interdependent expression of the mother's divine will made a material force, made real. We are the conspiracy made real. We are the definitive and certain outcome of the ceremony performed by our parents, whether we know them or not, whether we like them or not. It was still a ceremony, even if it has been made malignant by this spirit that attempts to dominate the planet. No matter what the circumstances were that gave rise to your existence, because I know a lot of us don't have great childhood stories or coming into the world stories. The mother saw fit for you to be as soon as your mama accepted the contract for you to be, because your mama is God too. Your mama is God too. So she has every right to say, yes, little baby that has petitioned my uterus to become real, you can stay up in here and I will secure your life for at least these 9 months while you up in my body. Because I know some of us don't have mamas that we know. But she at least accepted the contract long enough for you to become a material force, bitch. With a whole destiny. With a whole necessary journey. With a whole exciting and dynamic. Doesn't mean we don't go through shit, but we go through shit because of the spirit that pollutes the earth right now. That's all. That's the only reason we go through the shit we go through. And is my personal belief. It's my personal acceptance. It's my personal certainty. Let me say that. It is my personal certainty that everybody who is a thinking, reasoning, imagining, living, breathing human being. So that means everybody, whether they 3 days old or whether they 99 years old, everybody alive today has a singular destiny to fulfill. Now that the fulfillment of that destiny may present itself in the 8 billion people that are on the planet. It might present itself in 8 billion different ways. But that which we are creating, no matter who we are or what we're doing, is creating the future. Now is all futures. This moment in history that has been like this year that has been like none other, that is calculable on these big old fancy computers and calculating programs of the astronomers and the astrologers. All of them are saying there's never been a year astronomically or astrologically that we can computate on our sophisticated programs that has existed in human history as we know it. All we can do is go back 25,000 years. And this year that we are in, this year that these malignancies are attempting to wrangle the energy potential of this year that promises victory for us, they attempted to wrangle it in the opposite direction. And we are literally feeding them our future on a silver platter. We literally yielding our future to them on a silver platter. Because we don't even do the bare minimum that the goddamn gazelle does. The bare minimum that the gazelle does is I'm a weave and bob, bitch. You feel me? I'm a weave and bob. That he gonna have to work for this. He gonna have to work for this meal. I'm a weave and bob, and if you get me, I'm still going down with a fight. I'm jugging him. I'm making sure he injured. I'm sticking him with my little antlers. We don't even do the bare minimum that the gazelle does. We don't. That is the outcome. That is the desired and agreed upon outcome of those who have taken the very sacred nature of conspiracy and perverted it and corrupted it in a way to guarantee an outcome where we are seen as just robots. We're just animated forces for whom no wrong can be done to us. We're the robots. The robots that you've been fearing, the androids that you have been fearing, that they have been feeding to you to fear the takeover of your jobs by animated workforce. You the animated workforce, bitch. You are the animated workforce that they have been teaching you to fear. You are the animated workforce. Let's see, man, wait on bots. Y'all keep jumping on my stuff. You little tyrants. We the animated workforce. Think about it. Every movie you've ever seen about androids, about robots, about human robot hybrids, about the fear of AI becoming sentient, which they are really hyping y'all on right now, by the way. They're really hyping y'all on that right now because they know you do not see They know that you have not been paying attention to what they have been force feeding you for 110 years of the movie industry. They know you do not see. The first movie of an android takeover. Android was the first movie was made in 1914 in Germany, Metropolis, and they still placed the iconography of this movie in every time you turn around, they're playing out symbolism from that movie. Why they do that? What's her name? Zendaya. She has been a victim of it. Who else? Whitney Houston. She has been a victim of it. Who else? Beyonce. Several times she has been a victim of it. What's that girl name? Lady Gaga. She has been a victim of it. Why they keep placing this iconography of particularly this android robot entity who was female in the movie Metropolis made by Germans in 1914? Why they do that? What's the significance of this imagery of the robot? I forget what the somebody on YouTube, do me a favor really quick. I forget what it is, and I don't want to misstate, but the word, search the etymology of the word robot. I believe it means slave. Robot. Okay. So somebody in my YouTube, put it in the comment section for me. The word robot, the etymology of the word robot. If I'm not mistaken, if I can recall, it means slave. So why are you fearing, quote, the takeover of your jobs by an animator? If they make androids, we ain't gonna have no jobs. But do you really want a job? Is that really what you see the fulfillment of your life purpose and destiny is to, quote, have a job? Is it? To have a job where you can still barely pay your bills and you still got to work 40 hours a week and you still got to have a side hustle on the weekends to make sure that your bills can be paid? Is that really what you want? You want a job? Is that what you want? Somebody, Power Kismet, what do y'all search the etymology for the word robot for me, please? I'm saying this because it's all connected. It's all connected. And today, watching these headlines, and you people swallowing down hook, line, and sinker the articulations of confusion fed to you by your adversary. No discernment, no if it's confusion that you are being fed, how do I break this apart? Thank you so much, Nikki who, my phone screen is cracked. Nikki who, forced labor servitude. Why do you need to fear a future of an animated workforce taking over your jobs and shit? Why you need to fear that future? You don't need to fear that future. You have already you've been the animated worker. Do you need me to explain? Do you need an explanation? Black people have been the faceless, nameless, spiritless, soulless, opinionless, silent, animated, without pay of any kind. No acknowledgement, no good job, no acknowledgement. Just the animated bodies that take up the space to secure the lives of others. And not 2% like the crazy white woman said. 23% of the population owned humans. A quarter of the population owned humans. But that ain't the only ones, because the North benefited and funded what was happening in the South. They benefited, even if they didn't have people in their house working for free. They were chief beneficiaries of the economy that held up the entire country in the South. Not only them, a massive portion of what was produced in the antebellum South and in the Caribbean islands in particular, and in Brazil, in the Caribbean islands, went straight to Britain, went straight to Great Britain, and fueled the industrial complex. The industrial complex wouldn't have had anything to industrialize if it wasn't for the raw materials coming out of the antebellum South and out of the Caribbean islands that were a part of the colonial empire of Britain. So you have 400 years of human beings, not just here in the Western Hemisphere, not just Black people who were the descendants of Africans in this country. Chinese people were enslaved right here in the United States. They were responsible more than anyone for the building for the establishment, the laying of the railways on the West. Black-skinned men were responsible for the laying of the railways on the eastern side of the country, the eastern side of the Mississippi. And then it was Chinese people who built the railways on the West. It was indigenous people. Yes, Native Americans and indigenous people of South America were enslaved. Not just them. The indigenous people of Australia, the indigenous people of Fiji, the indigenous people of the Philippines, the indigenous people of New Zealand, the indigenous people of India, And though that enslavement may have looked different in its severity throughout the empire was the entire world. Throughout the empire, slavery was a global economic machine. A one world government, a one world religion, and a one world economy is not the thing to come. It's what we've all been victimized by. The New World started in the 1400s, and they said it. You talking about the New World Order is coming. The New World Order is coming. The New World Order is coming. The New World Order is ending. The New World Order is ending. The rapture already happened. Y'all got left behind. The rapture is not coming. The rapture already happened. Do you want me to explain when the rapture happened? Huh? What does the word rapture mean? Etymologically, what does the word rapture mean? To violently carry away, typically as booty. Look it up. What does booty mean? It means for pay, as loot, something that you carry it away because you can sell it to somebody for some money, or you can get some money from it. To violently carry away, typically as booty. And when you search the etymology, it will explain how women in Europe, when the word was imagined, how typically this referred to women, how women could be used as booty, as loot, in trade and bargaining, whether among regular people or among empires, how they would sell off their daughters to, quote, form a union between two kingdoms. That's what the word means. It means to forcefully carry away, to violently carry away. So when I say the rapture already happened, the rapture already happened. When did the rapture happen? After the establishment of the New World Order. What was the New World Order? What was the kickoff point? Let me say that. Of the New World Order. Somebody gonna be mad. Somebody gonna be upset. But I'm just giving it to you blood raw. I'm giving it to you in a language you can understand. Okay? If you need me to be very intellectual, If you need to be an intellectual and say euphemisms that will make you feel better about what I'm about to tell you, then I can translate that way as well. But I'm about to give it to you blood raw. The starting point, the kicking off of the New World Order, what was the seed of the establishment of the New World Order, the one world religion, the one world government, and the one world economy, was when the Jew, Christopher Columbus, and I didn't even know Christopher Columbus was Jewish until 3 months ago when I saw a rabbi talking to a Christian preacher in an interview and said, most people do not know that even though Christopher Columbus was a Spaniard, that at that point in time, there was a massive Jewish population in Spain, and he was a Spanish Jew, and he was in cahoots with Queen Elizabeth, who hated the Jews. And so he was sent a sail to find a new place, a quote, new homeland for the Jews. This rabbi told this Christian preacher that we have been here since day one. That's what he said. I said, oh my God, we've been here since day one. That's what he said. That's what he said. Most people don't know that Christopher Columbus was Jewish, and he was sent out by Queen Elizabeth, who at that moment was already plotting the expulsion of the Jews, but she sent him to find a new place for them to go. That's why he set out on the ocean blue, was to find a new homeland for he and his people now. And he said, we've been here since day one. That's what the rabbi said to the preacher on the interview that I saw. You understand? And so she sent him as one among many that were sent from all the European nations that attempted to follow suit after he didn't come to North America, but they say he came to North America, but he never made it to North America. He came to the islands. He came to Hispaniola in South America. I digress. But once he found that there was some land over here, then you had everybody, the French and the Portuguese, and everybody was like, oh shit, Christopher done found some land over here. You feel me? Let us all come across the water. Let us all come across the water. But Queen Elizabeth sent him out on a mission to find a, quote, new place, a holy land for all of these people she was about to boot out her country. And she knew this dude had already been up on the water. And so she was like, I'm going to give you the resources. You go. You feel me? And then you can keep a percentage of what you find when you come back. What did they call it? What did he call it when he went back to Spain? When he went back to report to Spain? What did he say? He said, I have discovered a new world. I have discovered a new world. That's what he said. And every conquistador that followed behind him said what? We going to the new world. We going to the new world. This the new beginning. This the new world. And some time ago, I made the analogy of this, quote, discovering of the new world as the male birth. As the male birth. That the old world, Europe, and all of its despair, and the since Constantine staged this contest to co-opt this new religion of the Hebrews, Christianity, to make himself the chief Christian, because the, quote, Christians of Constantine's age weren't white people. The Christians of Constantine's age, the Christians of Rome under Constantine, under pagan Rome, were Hebrews. These were the Christians. They were Hebrews. They weren't Romans. They were Hebrews who were Christians. And when Rome, because the Hebrews was wrecking shit, The Hebrews was wrecking shit, y'all. The Hebrew Christians was wrecking shit. Y'all don't read your Bible. I know you don't remember your Bible. But Jesus' right-hand man, Paul was a zealot. What was a zealot? Who were the zealots? The zealots are what you would today call revolutionary gangsters. What y'all would call a revolutionary gangster, that's who the zealots were. To be a zealot back in those days was the equivalent of, like, there are people today who talk about revolution. They can philosophize about revolution. They done read all the books about revolution. They can pontificate about revolution. But when it comes time, they ain't really about that life. They ain't really about that life. You feel me? The people who talk about revolution these days, the people who pontificate about revolution these days, who know so much scholastically about revolution because they study Marx and Lenin in them, you feel me? Or Mao, or Che, or Fidel, or whomever, you feel me? Ho Chi Minh, the like. They have read all the books, like I have. They have read all the speeches, like I have. They have, even some of them might have even been a part of like cadre style organizations. But for some reason, they always seem to be a little soft. They talk a good talk, but they seem to be soft. They seem to be more liberal than revolutionary. But zealots in this day were what you call real revolutionary gangsters. Not only real revolutionary gangsters, what some of you would call guerrillas. So guerrillas are those people who, if you need to for a certain period of time, because the shit done got hot on the block, your ass need to go out in them trees, you feel me, and learn how to make a fire that doesn't burn smoke so you don't give away your position. You feel me? You need to remember how to use Morse code or how to navigate with an actual compass, you feel me? So you do not give away your coordinates because these phones is locked in and they can track your position, you feel me? You need to learn, how to purify. My TikTok acting up. How to purify water on the spot if you have to be out in the bush longer than you had anticipated. You need to learn the old guerrilla ways of self-defense and sabotage in case you do get found, how to use your environment in your woods as your assistance in your opposition. You feel me? That's Paul. They say when Jesus met Paul, his ass had been living in the woods for some time, living off grasshoppers and honey. That's what your Bible say. That's what my Bible say. I read the King James Version. You feel me? It say that Paul, when Jesus met Paul, Paul was gangster because Paul was a zealot. And he had been out in them trees for a long time and just surviving low key. Feel me? Trying to stay out of the sights of Rome. You feel me? Living off grasshoppers, locusts and honey was his diet while he was when Jesus found him. When the police came to get Jesus, right? When the police came to get Jesus after Judas supposedly betrayed him, Paul was at that time. It might have been an earlier time. There was a time when Jesus came face to face with the police, with the Roman soldiers, with the police, right? And when Jesus came face to face with the police, Paul was on his right hand, and before the pig could even say anything, Paul then pulled out his sword, and in one move, pulled his sword out. His arm came up and back in his sheath, and just that's what the way the Bible explained it. He pulled the sword out, and in one movement, pull it out of his sheath, upward motion back in his sheath, and the damn pig's ear. He cleaved the pig's ear right off in one movement. Paul cut his ear off. Oh my God. And Jesus was like, whoa, man. It ain't that deep yet. It ain't that deep. You know what I'm saying? Jesus was like, calm down, dude. It's cool. And Jesus picked the nigga ear up and put his ear back on and said a little prayer or something, and the nigga ear was healed. Paul Paul was of the ilk that you engage in radical action first and then ask questions and investigate later. You engage in radical action first and you investigate and surmise and ask questions later. So Paul was a gangster. And how did I even get on him? But because Paul was a Hebrew. Paul was a Hebrew. And Paul supposedly, because Paul is put forward as the first pope, even though he was not alive at the original founding and like consecration of the Roman Catholic Church, he was beatified as the first pope of the official Roman Catholic Church at the Council of Nicaea that we've been talking about all summer. And so supposedly, so Paul was supposedly this figure that lived in Rome, as all the Jews did, lived in Rome at this junction in human history, this transition from one age to another age. They were in what we call the liminal space. The disciples, Jesus, and all of that stuff. They were the personification of this liminal age between the age of Aries and the age of Pisces. Okay. And the age of Aries was dominated by the Roman Empire. Aries being a representative of the planet Mars, and Rome etymologically means children of Mars. Rome as pagan Rome. Rome as pagan Rome. Rome as pagan Rome represented a transition out of the age where this time that Jesus is, represents a transition out of the dying age of Aries, and that transition into the age of Pisces. The age of Pisces being represented the very moment that Jesus was born. That moment that Jesus was born, supposedly on December 25th, right? December 25th. Oh my God. What does that conjoin with? December. We were just talking about this yesterday too. Supposedly Jesus was born on December 25th. That December 25th, but not actually. That December 25th, which is really representative of the period of the 3 days before it, the 4 days before it, from the winter solstice to the 25th, when the sun shifts directions back from the Southern Cross constellation in the Northern Hemisphere. Okay, so Jesus is born on December 25th, aka the winter solstice, right? And this is a metaphorical transition for the actual society, not for mythological history. For the actual society, the mythological Jesus's birth represents the official transition of Rome from pagan Rome to papal Rome. Y'all understand me? We have to understand this. I'm going to tell you why we have to understand it. I'm going to tell you why me and countless. I don't even know how many hundreds. One of these days, I would like to take a head count of how many people actually participated in the global conspiracy to right all wrongs as a reaction to the 1700-year anniversary of the First Council of Nicaea, which gave birth to the one world government under Constantine, who was the ruler of the known world at that time. That was the first iteration of the Antichrist and the one world government and the one world religion and the one world economy. Constantine under Papal Rome. This was the first time. And they were like, damn, this shit's still working after all these hundreds of years. It was a few hundred years, several hundred years. They're like, damn, this shit's still working. Well, let's see what else we can find and discover and create a new repetitious cyclical initiation of another singular one world government, one world religion, one world economy. That was the discovery of the new world, kicking off the second new world order, the second iteration of the new world order. That was, quote, the founding of the Americas, the necessary, quote, purification of the land, which is synonymous with the genocide against the indigenous people and their blood, representing the blood ritual sacrifice for the seeding of this new institution, the new world order, under a singular religion, under a singular world economy, and under a singular government. And that purification of the land, the massacre of the indigenous, and the offering of their blood on this altar, which is the Americas. And then these Europeans, you feel me, when they came over here to do the purification, I made the metaphor of the Europeans coming across the water like the little sperm, swimming across to seed the great unknown. That's the metaphor. Is all these Europeans with the malignancy imposed on them through 2,000 years in general of brute malignant force and domination, in general 2,000 years, and more specifically 781 years of Inquisition, massacre. Okay, this is the malignancy that they are sitting out in the world with, right? And then they become the little seamen, S-E-A and S-E-M-E-N, S-E-A-M-A-N, and S-E-M-E-N. They become the seamen. They become the little sperm coming across the water in mass to seed this new ideology of the new world order. That's what they did. The conquistadors, the discoverers, and all of that mess. Then behind them, the Puritans, the pioneers. This was their job, is seeding this thing that we are in right now. And then what they did, because they ain't gonna do nothing, they ain't gonna work. So what they do, they spent another 200 years before it was finally banned, going back and forth, capturing, chaining, enslaving a whole group of human beings. Millions upon millions upon millions. The lowest estimates is 25 million Africans over 200 years brought across the water. That's the rapture. So isn't that what they say in the Bible? That there was going to be, there was going to be an antichrist. That's the Pope. That's the Pope that in 1518 finally gave the Catholic Church, because everybody except the few in England were Catholics, gave the go-ahead, gave the official ordination through a papal bull that consecrated slavery and the slave trade as a divine act ordained by the church. Is that not antichrist behavior? Once he gave the whole go ahead, it put pirates out of business because they was doing it low key on the low anyway. But they was making too much money, the pirates. And the pirates weren't just everyday regular people. The pirates were there's a whole story behind them. But the pirates were former knights. And they could see that they could get paid, they could make more money being pirates than working as knights under these empires. So they went rogue and started doing their thing. You feel me? Slave catching and the like, or whatever. And so the church was like, they can't be out here just making money and not being accountable to us, and they out here making money. So the church, in order to sabotage the doings of the pirates, was like, I'm just going to bless the slave trade. Just going to bless the ships before they set sail. This was the whole thing. I'm going to bless the ships before they set sail. All you Europeans who are good Catholics, you now have free reign to go to Africa as much as you see fit. Capture who you see fit. And this went on for quite some time, 200 plus years before they finally banned the slave trade itself. Not slavery, just the slave trade. You understand? That's the rapture. Imagine what that must be like to be on the continent, minding your business, doing your thing, and all of a sudden your continent, again, is descended upon by a bunch of oddly dressed white people who worship an odd deity that is marked by violence and his lust for violence. And all of a sudden, everything that you know ends immediately with chains and separation and terror and fear and uncertainty because you don't know where you're going and you own this boat for 3 months. That was the general length of time from Africa or from Europe across the waters is 3 months. That's the rapture. What does the word rapture mean? What is the etymology of the word rapture that y'all be singing and praying about? You can't wait to go up and meet your Jesus. The rapture is the violent carrying away, typically as booty. The violent carrying away of a person or persons, typically to be used as booty, as loot. So y'all, when I tell you that time, when those men get behind that door at the Council of Nicaea, 1700 years ago this year, and plotted the whole world. What was I telling you? A follower of the cult of Dionysus wrote a 1,200-page book called The Reckoning of Time, where he literally, a singular man, listening to all the talks of all these people, all these sages and shamans, men from all over the known world, giving their secrets to Constantine to create a singular world religion called Christianity, so everybody could see themselves in it. So we celebrate Easter as, as Christ's resurrection, you feel me? But it's actually a celebration of the spring equinox as marked by these little images, these little icons that in your mind ain't got nothing to do with what an Easter egg and a bunny got to do with Jesus. And you don't even ask no questions about why this weird iconography, Easter egg hunting and bunnies don't lay eggs. So I don't understand. And the literal holiday is called Easter. But what does that mean? Because Easter ain't in the Bible. So why they call it Easter? After the goddess Ishtar, who her icons were a little bunny rabbit, and she always had eggs around her because she was a goddess of fertility and she had about 30 titties. So Constantine was like, we ain't, because there was all different types of sects of Christianity under pagan Rome. And that's how I got on Paul, is because Constantine hated Christians. He was already hard on the Hebrews, but he hated Christians because most of the Christians that were giving him a problem were like Paul. They was gangsters. They was revolutionary gangsters, always trying to sabotage the system. They was always clandestine organizers, popping off shot, ghosting motherfuckers, then disappearing into the woods and couldn't be caught. most of the, quote, new Christians, the followers of Christ, the devotees to Christ, they was giving Rome a problem. And even though they represented a small group of people, their rebellion was causing more people to rebel. Their rebellion was setting off in the minds of others, like, if they can get shots off, then we can get shots off too, because Rome had conquered everyone at this time. All of Europe had been successfully conquered by Rome. Most of the Asia that was closest to the Euro-Asiatic junction had been conquered by Rome. All of northern Africa had been conquered by Rome. As far down as Ethiopia had been conquered by Rome. All of the so-called Mediterranean and all of Europe. This was the empire that was said, all roads lead to Rome. You understand? And so Rome was having a problem. Rome was like, man, we motherfuckers always staging rebellions in the empire. Like, Rome was spared thin. Sound familiar? Rome had its hands in everybody's business trying to maintain dominion. Sound familiar? Rome was spread thin, couldn't pay its soldiers enough to maintain loyalty for long stretches of time. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? Rome was spread thin. Rome had a problem. And these Hebrews were playing a particular and peculiar role in exacerbating the problem, because the Hebrews lived right in the imperial center. They lived right in Rome. And so right in the imperial center, the imperial heart, you got this small group of people who is constantly popping shots, sabotaging the economy, rebelling in this way and that. That's when he started the campaign of, quote, feeding the Christians to the lions, making spectacle out of them, trying to get the greater population to be on his side in the fear of ending up in the lions in the amphitheater fighting the lions. But it did not work, because they was constantly popping shots. And the more they pop shots, the more people around them was like, man, them Hebrews ain't even half our number. They ain't even a quarter our number. If they can get shots off, we can get shots off too. Now we may not even like the Hebrews, but we can take example from the Hebrews. And if the Hebrews can get off shots, and then we can get off shots, and some other people can get off shots, the thing that we all have in common is we hate the Romans. We hate Constantine. And if we can all get these shots popped off, you feel me? Maybe we can destabilize this a little bit enough to get what we need and bounce, to get what's ours, to get what he stole from us and bounce. And so he was fighting. And the story, the way Christians tell it, is so funny, is that one day, this is still pagan Rome, okay? This is still a Rome that is adherent to the gods of old, particularly Zeus, Neptune, Poseidon, Juno, and Hertha, right? And so pagan Rome, the pagan Roman army led by Constantine, go out and fight this particular war. And the story, the way Christians, they tell it very romanticized, tell it, is that one day the Holy Spirit came to him on the battlefield. Okay? The Holy Spirit came to him. And in the midst of this war, he was changed because he saw a vision. And in this vision, the battle flag that they was flying, the emblem, the pagan emblem that they had been using was gone. And instead, he saw a cross, the cross of the crucifixion on this battle flag. And in this moment, filled with the Holy Spirit, Constantine was transformed and became a Christian right there on the battlefield. This is the way Christians tell that story. Okay. But what the actual story was that this war that Constantine was involved in threatened, they threatened a loss. And it threatened a loss of such significance that in that moment, Constantine, as the strategist that he was, had an epiphany. He said, all these people becoming Christians because the Christians are rebellious and this and that and this and that. He was like, I don't have to keep fighting the Christians. I can just declare myself the chief Christian. I can just declare myself the chief Christian. And after he has this epiphany, 3 years later, so he has this epiphany on the battlefield. And in order to win this with the community, he has to make some display. He has to put on some theatrical play to the empire that is evidentiary of what he says. He can't just say, I had an epiphany and now I'm Christian. So the first thing that he did after this war was over, after he had this epiphany about becoming the chief Christian, he banned the practice of, quote, feeding the Hebrews, feeding the Christians to the lions immediately. That was the first strategic thing that he did, was to offer the facade of relief. Do you hear me? Does this sound familiar? Offer the facade of relief. The very first thing that he did was ban the what do they call it? Ban the there's a word, I can't think of it, but basically ban the theatrical killing. That's not what it is, but this was a part of their sports, like throwing Christians to the lions in the arena and everybody would pay and come and whatever. The theatrical process of executing Christians, he banned it. No more feeding Christians to the lions. I want to remind you, because we have a bad habit of in our mind's eye, when I say Christians, seeing white people. These were not white people. At least not then. These were not white people. Because even Christians, that slide of tongue ass shit they do, they be making a distinction about who Constantine was feeding to the lions. The Christians that Constantine was feeding to the lions was dark-skinned ass Hebrew people. Okay? They was Hebrews that Constantine was feeding to the lions. All right? Now, they was Christians. They were a part of these different Christian sects and cults that were bourgeoning all over the empire. But they was dark-skinned, stereotypically dark-skinned looking people who are nomadic wanderers in the desert. And this is who Constantine was feeding to the lions. He has the epiphany on the battlefield. No more feeding Hebrews to the lions. No more feeding Christians to the lions. It's banned. A year later, he lifts the ban on the practice of Christianity. A year later, he makes it a legal religion. Because up until that point, people were being thrown in jail for practicing Christianity. So he lifts the ban off the practice of Christianity. Okay. And 3 years after he lifts the ban on Christianity, again, the strategy of the facade of relief as a strategy to pacify. Because if you always angsty, like the Hebrews was, if you always angsty, if you always looking to get your shots off, if you always plotting and scheming like the zealot Paul, right? If you always plotting and scheming like the zealot Paul to get your licks in when you can, how do you pacify one who is always attempting to sabotage that which you have built? The strategy of the facade of relief, of easing the reins, of being a more gentle presentation of empire. That's what he did. He ended the He ended the, it's not sacrifice, it's not execution, it's another word. I can't think about it. But ending the execution of the Hebrews. Then the following year, he lifted the ban off the practice of Christianity the next year. And 3 years later, see, they got staying power because they have made you predictable. All we got to do is give them a little bit. It still crumbs to us because we done stole so much. Give them a little bit. You feel me? Give them the illusion of the relief from tyranny. You feel me? We're going to be a more gentle empire. We're going to be a more gentle Caesar. We're going to be a more easy and fun-loving conqueror. You feel me? So for 3 years, they say it was relatively peaceful in Rome under Constantine. There was not so much bussing back. all of a sudden, the zealots wasn't throwing cogs in the machinery every week. Sound familiar? All of a sudden, they wasn't popping shots, wasn't throwing cogs in the machinery. It was like, damn, now we can be in the cities. We can buy and sell and trade, and ain't nobody on our back all the time or treating us crazy. You get comfortable in the illusion of relief, in the illusion of progress. In the illusion of progress. 3 years later, after he lifts the ban off the practice of Christianity, now he done had the epiphany 4 years ago. 4 years ago on the battlefield, he's like, I know how I can squash this shit. And I can't do it too fast or people ain't gonna believe it's real. You feel me? I got to be finesseful. I got to have a plan over an extended period of time. Because if I just come off the battlefield after throwing them to the lions yesterday and say, you know what, I'm a Christian too, ain't nobody gonna believe me. It ain't gonna seem genuine and authentic. I got to give it to them. I got to feed them the poison of this illusion in small amounts, in little bits, and then spring the takeover on them over time. I got to slow boil the frog on the stove. The fire can't be too high too quick. He'll cook too quick and jump out. But if I turn the fire down real low, he'll remain until he is dead, until the takeover is complete. You dig what I'm telling you? And so 4 years after he has this epiphany of becoming the chief Christian, not spiritually, he didn't give a damn about the spiritual beliefs of the so-called Messiah that everybody was talking about. He was interested in how he could most efficiently maintain his empire. And sometimes brute force isn't the way. Sometimes brute force is not the appropriate action for the moment. You are still strategically plotting war, but sometimes brute force is not the appropriate action to take. Sometimes it is to come and present in the appearance of friend instead of foe. And that's what he did. And he was strategic and he had patience. Because from the moment that he had the epiphany on the battlefield, that why are my soldiers stretched thin? I ain't got enough money to pay my soldiers. They demoralized, so they likely to turn on me. We fighting wars all over the place, trying to plug up a sinking ship with fingertips. He's like, we ain't got to do all this. There's an easier way to do this. I can just become the chief Christian. And once I establish myself as the chief Christian, then I can say what Christianity is. And so from the moment that he had the epiphany, the strategic political epiphany on the battlefield, from that day to the day that he called for the Council of Nicaea was 4 years. He was patient, ever present, ever watchful, and patient, and strategic. And then he sends his horsemen in all the known directions to the far reaches of his empire. and makes a declaration under threat that send all your wise men, all your keepers of secrets, all your alchemists, your astrologers, your astronomers, your shamans, your healers, everyone that has any input and insight on the cultural, spiritual traditions of your folk, your emperor has called them to Rome. And they all came, 318 men from the known world, as far down as Ethiopia. So I want to tell you again, why am I taking y'all on this long ass walk? Because I want to tell you again, white supremacy, white nationalism as a real force is a construct that only exists in your imagination. It has real implications on the material world, but its emergence in the world was a part of a long process that was not always white and male. Patriarchy is old. Patriarchy in its peak imperial presentation has not only been white and male, it has been African and male, it has been Asian and male, Chinese and Japanese in particular and male, it has been Mediterranean, it has been Iranian and male, it has been Sumerian and male and Babylonian and male, and white supremacy and white nationalism is just one of the malignant reproductions, the malignant attempts of the male mother to give birth. And this is what it gives birth to, its own madness and its own malignancy. This particular and peculiar expression of that malignancy is white supremacy and white nationalism. Do you see? It's white supremacy and white nationalism now in its peak presentation. But patriarchy is old. At best, 6,000 years old. Patriarchy is old. And for the majority of its presentation, somebody gonna be mad. It's been colored. For the majority of its peak presentation, it's been colored. For the majority of its peak presentation, it's been colored. And it is the colored among us. It is the colored men of our past who saw these young, thirsty for hunger, new, bourgeoning, white-skinned, what do they call them? What are they? Neophytes. When you join in a fraternity, when you like trying to join it, they call them neophytes. All these colored men saw these kind of grimy looking white neophytes trying to discover the world where they were at that time. And all these colored men welcomed them in with open arms. The Chinese emperors, the Japanese emperors, the Aryans of India. Aryans wasn't always white. Aryans wasn't always white. Aryans was black. I'm just saying, this is the history. The Aryans, the Africans, the Ethiopians, the Egyptians all welcomed these little young neophytes with open arms, took them into their secret schools, their schools of mysteries, and attempted to teach these little babies, these little baby humans, and their understanding and their knowing of the world, and taught them everything about how they facilitated empire. Why was this important? Because at the time that the Greeks and subsequently the Romans were, quote, going to learn in the schools of mysteries throughout Asia and India and Africa, patriarchy was already old. Any evidence of a matriarchal lineage that was the center of society was already long gone. So who better to teach the most perfect personification of patriarchy to the neophytes than the old patriarchs? the Asians, the Africans, the Indians. They just did not know that the neophyte would outlearn them, would outdo them, would out empire them. You done gave the secrets, all the secrets of the stars, of philosophy, of numbers, of geometry. You done turned over everything, not realizing that your son, not only talking about the white neophytes of Europe, that your sons, colored men of the world, that your sons, aka your students, would take what you have given, and because they were the brand Nubians on earth, there's some anthropological and archaeological evidence that dates that the emergence of white skin mutation, like on the scene in the world, is about 12,000 years ago. About 12,000 years ago when we see the first white skinned humans on earth. Okay. And so you take these little baby neophytes and you're like, look, we're gonna put y'all on game. We fathers, we custodians of all the secrets who have the authority of the divine. We keep the little females around. We keep the little female deities around, but the female deities are now subject to the male deities. You feel me? Not primordial, not origin. They are like the appendages to the male gods. You feel me? Most of whom had sex changes. Most of the male gods had sex changes. Thoth was a female deity before he was given a sex change, before she was given a sex change and turned into Thoth. Thoth was a female deity. Egypt is as guilty as every other society who had attempted in their malignancy to erase the power and the ever presence of the primordial divine she, the divine androgyne, from which he emerged. And so they taught the neophytes, the little baby white neophytes. And the neophytes, not having had a long relationship to societies centered around the divine, the material expression of the divine primordial she, they're like, this is great. Okay, teach us the numbers, teach us the science, teach us the astronomy and the astrology. Tell us those stories again. How that went? Then went right back to Europe and twisted, perverted, transformed inside out. Gave some sex changes too. And that's why they say when I was majoring first in African American studies, they say the reason that it was so easy for enslaved Africans to accept Christianity is because it was so familiar. Because the white people stole the icons, the gods, and the stories of the ancient Kemetic people and turned them white and gave them back to the world. That's why it was so easy. It was so easy for enslaved Africans to accept Jesus, which is a terrible, terrible way to tell that story, by the way. That's what I learned in college, majoring in African American studies. That was the reason that Black people stay so connected to and so hogtied to, is because they recognize the iconography. That's why enslaved Africans in the Southern Hemisphere, in the islands, and on the continent of South America, they were so able to relate the gods of their ancestors to the gods of Christians, the God and the angels of Christians, that they could just take Ifa and hide the Orisha in the saints, because it was so familiar, because the white people stole the iconography of the Yoruba people, of the Voodoo people, of the Fulani people, and just changed their complexion and changed their names and gave it back to us. But the story is so much deeper than that. But it's familiar in the iconography of Christianity, of Judaism, of Islam, of Hinduism, of Buddhism, is older than male deities. The thing that people's blood is speaking to, is responding to, in the memory of iconography, in the memory of stories, in the memory of symbols, is the divine primordial she, the great androgyne. But when you just stop, and they just stole, they stole our God, you know what I'm saying? And so Horus becomes Jesus. You got to go further back than that. You got to go further back than that. You got to go further back than that. The dynastic periods began what, in 3000 BCE? 3000 BCE? Somebody check me on that. I think it's 3000 BCE, supposedly, when that marks the beginning of the Kemetic, aka Egyptian dynastic period. Right? And then, so they have, quote, the dynastic, what they say is the origin of the dynastic period. I forget the name of the pharaoh who represented the beginning of the dynastic period. But you got the beginning of the dynastic period. And then they say everything before the dynastic period is the pre-dynastic period. Don't that sound familiar? That modern history is everything that starts with the founding of the Empire of Rome. And everything before, quote, the modern era is prehistory. When I tell you these little neophytes literally reproduced everything that they was taught by them black-skinned ass Egyptians, you think I'm lying? It might have been, let's see. Yes, I believe it was in the 300s BCE. I might have my numbers mixed up. It might be that the dynastic period started 5000 BCE, and then the rise of Akhenaten. No. Dynastic period 3000 BCE-ish, and then fast forward a bunch of dynasties. 300s BCE supposedly is the time of the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten. Do you know what some people call Akhenaten in the ancient world? They called Akhenaten, what did they call him? Oh, the great, what did they call him? It was a very specific word. The great, I don't want to misquote, but they had a bad attitude with Akhenaten. They had an attitude, not the betrayer, like the deceiver, not the deceiver, I just can't think of the word. The great something. The great something. But the reason why is because Akhenaten, unlike the pharaohs of the past, who centered the worship of Venus. Who centered the worship of Venus. That in the early stages of the dynastic period is marked by the first pharaoh. The first pharaoh marks the official end of the matriarchal age of Egypt. That's why I talked about the pre-dynastic period. They don't really talk nothing at all about the pre-dynastic period, because the pre-dynastic period is back there when them bitches ran shit. You feel me? There's information about the pre-dynastic period, but you learn that the significance of Egypt is when the dynastic period started, which was marked by the first pharaoh in Kemet, is when the first male ruled Kemet. And everything, quote, just like when they say prehistory. What prehistory? Everything that Europeans say is, quote, prehistory is back there in that time when them women ran shit. There ain't nothing you need to really know about. Real history started with the Roman Empire, you feel me? with the civilization of the Roman Empire, you feel me? With the Greek democracy giving birth to paving the way for the great Roman Republic, you feel me? Everything that happened back there, you don't even know nothing about that. Same with Egypt. The Rome, Greece, they learned from Egypt. Okay. Not exclusively, but primarily. And who did they have to learn from? Akhenaten was older than that. Who did they have to learn from? Because Akhenaten, several dynasties of Egypt centering their adoration and worship around the goddess Venus, even as this is still the implementation of a burgeoning patriarchal Kemetic society. The goddess was still heavily present. As a matter of fact, Pharaoh would typically declare before making a new law or making a new ordinance, I am the morning and the evening star. That's Venus. I am the morning and the evening star. Whatever proceeds from my mouth is law. I am God incarnate. That was the declaration. That what I say is the words of the goddess. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? Pharaoh declaring that he is God incarnate. And at this time, God incarnate was the planet that they centered their society around, their agricultural society and everything, their economic society, everything was centered around, also with the Mayas, also with the Aztecas. Venus worship, Venus-centered worshiping societies. So when he makes the declaration, I am the morning and the evening star, he declares that in this moment, he is God incarnate and everything that proceeds from his mouth is law. You see? Fast forward a few dynasties, Akhenaten is born. And for whatever reason, they don't have a lot of information to say what in his childhood, what in his rearing. It's interesting because I didn't know until recently that his mother was Queen T, which I find fascinating. His mother was Queen T, who was considered the world's first Secretary of State, if you will. That's how important she was. Like when you see documentaries of her, in order to, quote, help you understand how significant her political role in the society was, she is often called the world's first female Secretary of State. This is Queen T. And so this is his mother. And so you have to wonder, like, what occurred in his childhood that gave rise to this monstrosity that would become King Pharaoh Akhenaten. Because T as in T-I-Y-E. 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 You have to wonder, because after several dynasties, I don't remember how many, maybe 13, I think he ruled the 13th, the 14th dynasty, I forget. But after all these dynasties, what emerged? What switched in his brain to where when he is crowned Pharaoh, he does something unheard of in the history of the North or the South. He continues to make the declaration that he is God incarnate. But he says the sun is God. Ra is God. Ra is the Most High. And there is none other than him. Akhenaten proceeds to attempt to have, they say he destroyed so many icons, statues, having had deities chiseled out of ancient walls, having had deities, particularly female deities, painted over to be forgotten, and then went to the Nile. What was the name of the city? Ooh. What is the name of the city? He had an entire city. He had an entire city erected damn near overnight solely for the sole exaltation of the sun god. Ew, I want y'all to walk with me. God damn. Oh my God. Y'all, Akhenaten declared Ra, the sun, as the only god and methodically attempted to erase the presence of all other deities in Kemet, erected an entire city on the banks of the Nile, which no one had ever done. It had impacted the integrity of the environmental integrity of the entire area. Having this city erected for the sole purpose of the exaltation of Ra, of the sun god, as the lone god of Egypt, and he as the embodiment of this god. Until this time, no male had done this. When they talked about being the embodiment of God, it had always been accepted that they needed to be the expressed embodiment in Kemet of the God, she, of a female deity that ordained his right to rule, that ordained his right to rule. That's why you will see even today a lot of the statues of pharaohs in ancient Kemet will be pharaoh this big, and then a massive statue of some female deity behind him with her hands on his shoulders, that saying that his right to rule came through the goddess. You see? So for the first time, doesn't mean they weren't patriarchal. Doesn't mean they weren't establishing patriarchy as goddess worshiping pharaohs. But the process was slow, and Akhenaten was its peak personification, with the massacre of the female deities and the exaltation of the sun over his mother. Literal, the S-U-N, and mythological and metaphorical, the S-O-N. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Because we are always talking about how these metaphors, these mythologies are an anthropomorphized way to explain actual events and actual history and the impact that they had on the actual earth. The problem is we hear the mythologies and we think literally of the mythologies, not what they're trying to communicate about what was happening in the physical world and the political world and the economic world at the time. You see, in the story of Ra, there is a point where his power, in the story of Ra, there is a point where his power goes so unchallenged that it is said that the light of the sun threatened to destroy the world. This is what it said of Ra, that the light of the sun threatened to destroy the world. And this moment that I'm having is for the greater portion of the dynastic period of Egypt, which was 33 dynasties. For the greater majority of the period, even in the separation from northern and southern Egypt and unification, the Nile Valley was the most fertile region of what they now call the Middle East, Northern Africa, and and on the other side of the ocean, the sea that separates it from like what is now Saudi Arabia and all of that shit, that was all connected, and then the white people dug a strait and all that shit. Anyway, but for the greater portion of what we call the dynastic period, 33 dynasties, the Nile Valley was fertile, green, lush, massive, the massive river, the Nile, and all of its tributaries. And I just told y'all, I read an article because I didn't know this, that deserts are not a natural occurring phenomenon. Did you know that? I did not know that. That according to like environmental history, deserts have not always been. Deserts are not naturally occurring phenomena. Deserts are always caused by human intervention. Did you know that? I was blown away when I read that article. Sitting here blown. That what we call the Sahara Desert at one point was fertile. All of it, not just the Nile Valley, all of what we call the Sahara Desert was fertile, was lush, was vibrant, was green and dense. Did you know that? But it makes sense because Egypt is desert now. And when you hear a mythology about a story of the sun, the sun, as an entity known as Ra or Horus, who represents the life affirming energy of the sun, and also what the story says, actually, not only that there was a period where his power was so unchallenged. Oh my God, this story exists in Ifa too. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Woo! That his power, God damn, that his power was so unchallenged. How can a person's power go unchallenged? If they are a king, a ruler, a emperor that has nobody in their council that keeps them grounded, that holds them accountable, that he gives the opportunity to challenge, you feel me? Then something happens to his brain. There are stories all over the world. I tell y'all about it all the time. There is a saying, it was attributed to Henry VIII, but there is a saying that applies to many kings, emperors, rulers in history. Beware the madness of the king. Beware the madness of the king. So in this story where Horus, damn. God damn. Yo. Oh my God. Oh my God. In the story, I'm having a whole motherfucking moment. In the story where he threatens to destroy the world, right? His mother, it is said that his mother has to subdue him. She has to challenge him and defeat him so that he does not destroy the world. This is the story. This is it. So I want you to hear every mythology you have ever heard, no matter what they are. Chinese, Japanese, Azteca, Mexica, Native, Lakota. Every single solitary mythology you have ever heard on Earth are the anthropomorphized tellings of the visibly scientific observable movements and relationships of the bodies of the greater heaven and their influence on their little sibling, which is us, the earth. Yes, I said us, the earth. Us, the earth. Earth is a singular entity. Earth is one. We, every inhabitant on it, makes up the singular she that is Earth, and she being a sibling specifically to these other bodies in our solar system and a greater relative to the great galaxy, our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. Okay? Every story you've ever heard. I don't care what language, I don't care how old, I don't care the metaphors. Every story you have ever heard is a cultural observation, a culturally specific observation and relationship between the scientists of the society and the orators, the spiritualists, the storytellers, the bards of the society, communicating with one another so that the scientists of the society can do what they do and learn what they learn and see what they see. But everybody don't want to be a scientist. Everybody don't understand scientific lingo. Everybody don't like mathematics. You feel me? And so there has to be a way to transform and transfer complicated, deep, philosophical, scientific, mathematically precise observations from those select few who do that, and transmit and transfer and transform those stories in a language for the lay, in the language for the many, in the language for those who may be artists and ain't interested in the scientific mathematical observations of the scientists in their society. Do you see what I'm saying? All of my children were from the 8th grade. I think Quazil was in the 5th grade. So from the 5th grade to like the 10th grade, when I started medical school, when I started my graduate program. And I taught my kids. Would I speak the same language to communicate what I do to my kids that I'm learning in a college classroom, in a master's program? Would I speak the same way that I receive the information in the classroom to my kids to try to explain complicated ideas to them? I would use metaphors like rivers and streams, seas and wells, big water versus little water. This is the difference between the points on your finger and the points around your elbow. These are little waters. This is the well. This is the little stream. This is when it becomes a river. It becomes a little bit more pulsing, right? This is when the river empties into the sea. These are the points of the elbow, are called the seas, the streams, the springs, and the wells. You see? You take the complicated idea and you break it down into a language that everyone can understand. And that language may sound poetic. That language may sound artistic. That language may have you turn the characters, the sun, the stars, the planets, into lions or dragons or bears, because you might be teaching that complicated idea to a 5-year-old instead of a 50-year-old. You see what I'm saying? So first of all, start there. Every story that you've ever heard, every movie you've ever watched, 99.9% of them are about what is hidden in plain sight, in the stars, in the heavens. 99.9% of them is about what's happening in the heavens that they don't want your ass to see. So you accept the mythologies literally. The reason I'm saying this is because Ra, who threatens at some time, the reason I'm saying this is because not only are they metaphors for these complicated ideas known as astronomy, which is both scientific and mathematical, right? And predictive, scientifically predictive, not quote astrological woo-woo, predictive, scientifically, mathematically precise in its ability to predict. Okay? And astrology is not about seeing the future as much as it is about recognizing, about having the ability to recognize cyclicity. What in the hell? Anyway, it's about recognizing patterns, recognizing cyclicity, and recognizing it not two-dimensionally or three-dimensionally, recognizing the patterns and the cyclicity in multiple dimensions, where, because Earth is the only place in the entire known and unknown universe that time exists the way we conceptualize it. Time, the way we conceptualize it, only exists here. So recognizing that, you also have to recognize that when you are observing our relationship to these other bodies in the one universe, that we cannot attempt to superimpose our very limited and linear and imposed understanding of time on the universe. But at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, that's exactly what they did. They changed time. They changed the actual clock. They changed the actual calendar. The Council of Nicaea is when they established the old history as going backwards, and that there is no year zero. There is no zero. There's only one. There's only one BC and one AD, and from BC it goes backwards, and from AD it goes forward, and there's nothing in the space in between. They did. Who does that? To divide time in half based on your entry into the world, Romans, to split time in half and to superimpose that fracturing of time on everyone on earth for the last 1700 years. But it's not enough for you to change time as we know it on the planet. That's not enough. That you have to get an old ass devotee of Dionysus by himself to script 1,200 pages of him literally rewriting the entire cosmos. That's what they did. Meanwhile, there is no time. Meanwhile, there is no time. That's probably too deep for us to get into now. But meanwhile, there is no time. That's why they had to vilify the planet Saturn. That's why they had to vilify the planet Saturn. That's why they had to turn Saturn into this creepy, old, diabolical, dressed in all black, and you cannot see his face, carrying the Reaper to come and get you. They had to vilify Saturn. Today, the vilification of Saturn is in all this. Oh, stop it. Boy, damn. Stop. You're doing too much. The vilification of Saturn today under the Illuminati takeover of hip hop, the Illuminati takeover of rock and roll, the Illuminati takeover of culture and film. They have to perpetually vilify Saturn because Saturn is where the secrets are. Boy, if you do not stop, cut it out. Now, you're doing too much. They have to vilify Saturn because Saturn is the secret of your salvation. They have to make Saturn. What do they always show Saturn? Holding an hourglass in one hand. He's the taskmaster. Isn't that what they call Saturn? The taskmaster, right? He is the taskmaster. He is the laboriousness of time. He is the certainty and the inevitability of death that we all should fear. Death, that from the moment we born, we getting closer to death. Isn't that what they tell you? They create every horror story imaginable to make you fear time, to make you fear, quote, Father Time, to make you fear Saturn, right? And so they show you all these conspiracy theories about how the Plutarchs and the oligarchs are making all these black box architectures all over the world because, see, they worship the devil. The black box is the evidence that they worship the devil. That's why them Jews got the little black box on their head, because they worship the devil. No, child. No. I just told you that all of them all of these malignant patriarchal societies, and they are all guilty. Yes, the three Abrahamic religions are the most prominently guilty, but they ain't by themselves. The same thing happened in Hinduism. The same thing happened with Buddhism. They all guilty. Now you have me tell it, they can all get it. They can all get it. I will not hold my tongue for none of them. They can all get this smoke. They're all guilty of the hostile takeover of the divine primordial she, the divine androgyne, to steal every archetype etched from her body out of love and transform it in their sickness and in their madness to instruments of hate and despair, sadness and grief, rage and envy. Everything bad that exists in the world comes from the sun gone rogue, cutting himself off from the source, attempting in his sickness to reproduce the majesty of the source outside of her. And he's so angry because he cannot get away from her. That's why he mad. That's why he be waging wars to his own detriment. That's why he be waging wars. That's why America will not go to completely green energy, when we know now that via sea and via air and even via land, we can generate clean energy that can light the world. They ain't gonna do that because they are mad. They have a perpetual attitude. Why? Because everything that they have done, everything that they have tried, every plot, scheme, and strategy, the mother is ever present. It's like, damn, is there nothing that we can do to get rid of this bitch? Like, she's still alive. Like, damn, we done put a hole in the ozone layer. You understand? We done poisoned all the water in the United States of America. Do you know that there is not a source of fresh water on the continent of North America? Nowhere where it is safe to drink fresh water from its source anymore. Spring, river, lake. Just 100 years ago, it was safe to drink from every single source of water in this country. Just 100 years ago. Today, there is not a singular source of fresh water on this continent that is safe to drink from source without filtration, without some kind of intervention. When the sun, who is part of the one, when the sun in his madness severs his connection to his creator. In yin yang theory, it is said that yin gives birth to, yin generates, yin creates yang, and in this balanced, harmonious relationship, yin generates, creates, gives birth to, and in exchange, yang, which is the sun, the S-O-N, this is the mother, this is the sun, that yang, in exchange for birth, for existence, for creation, for the ability to be, in exchange, yang invigorates, excites, motivates, and moves the yin. You hear me? This is the harmony. This is the equilibrium. Is the mother gives birth to the sun, and in exchange, the sun invigorates, warms, strengthens, motivates, moves, excites the yin. The example is, because it still sounds like metaphor, I know, but the example is in treatment. The example is in your body. The example is in medicine. Is that everything that is perceptible in your body is yin. Bones, skin, hair, teeth, nails, everything that is your perceptible body is considered yin. Now, it might have yin and yang aspects, but the whole body is yin. The whole body is earth. Okay? But within the singular yin, your head is yang because it is closest to the sky. It is closest to heaven. The bottom of your feet is your earth. Right? Everything that is perceptible is yin. Those things that we know are real but imperceptible is yang. Those things that are considered outside and not inside are yang. Okay? So what's imperceptible? Chi, we know it's real. We know how to explain it, but it is imperceptible. But based on this, the mother generates, creates, and gives birth to yang, and yang in exchange moves, motivates, warms, and stimulates the yin, the relationship between blood and the chi. Blood is the creator of chi. Blood is the generator of chi. But if blood did not have chi, it would not move. It would not circulate through the vessels. If there was no chi, the blood would not move. It would not circulate. It is the strength, the heat, the vitality, the energy, and the force of the chi that moves its mother, that generates, what's the word? That motivates the mother through the vessels. Motivates the mother through the vessels. She generates the chi. The chi moves her. It excites her. It motivates her. You see. The yin organs are, let me show you another chart. Each element of the earth, each element represents organ systems, right? And each organ system has both a yin organ and a yang organ, a organ that is considered inside the body and an organ that's considered outside the body. So here at the fire element, you have the heart is the yin organ and its yang partner is the small intestines. So in Western medicine, all of the organs engaged in digestion from the mouth to the anus, all of the organs that are a part of the digestive process from the mouth to the anus are considered external organs. I know y'all probably didn't know. That's Western medicine. That's not Chinese medicine. In Western medicine, every organ from the mouth to the anus that is engaged in digestion is considered an external organ. It is not until what you consume gets to the large intestines. It goes through the small intestines, then it gets to the large intestines. And then in the small and large intestines is where, quote, what is outside the body becomes part of self. And what that means is the breakdown, the pulverizing, the breakdown, the emulsification of the food. Then it gets to the small intestines where a certain level of absorption happens. We're inside the small intestines. What you can use from this broken down, pulverized food is absorbed into the bloodstream through the villi. And then it goes down into the large intestines where, again, this process further happens where hydration, so any fluid, the water, hydration happens in the large intestines. And the large intestines where what you can use then goes into the villi and goes into the bloodstream, into the lymphatic vessels, into the arteries, the veins, and the lymphatic vessels are now on the inside of the body. It is at the small and large intestines where the food that is going through your body that is still considered outside your body becomes part of self, that it moves from the outside to the inside. And what cannot be absorbed, what cannot be used, passes through the rest of the large intestines as feces. So in Chinese medicine, which is several thousand years older than Western medicine, and they already knew this, you have external organs or yang organs and internal organs or yin organs. Okay. Each yin organ, because yin and yang always are together, each yin organ has a yang partner. Each yin organ not only has a yang organ partner, it has an external yang presentation, sensory organ. Okay. So when you see the heart as the yin organ and its yang external partner is the small intestines, right? Why did I get on this shit? The external small intestines. Damn, why did I get on this? The yin generates, creates, yang moves, stimulates, motivates. And I was just using this as a metaphor for the sun gone rogue, talking about Horus. But there has to be a balance, right? And so you see these arrows all represent the relationship between each element or organ system. And then these arrows, how they communicate with one another in their processes and function. And so the yang organs are all, their primary function is excretory and absorptive. They all have names and characteristics like little people, right? Like the liver and the gallbladder are considered the general to the emperor's court. The emperor is the heart. And so the liver and the gallbladder are the general to the emperor's court. The reason I'm saying all this, I know I seem like I'm going all over the place, but this is my bag. Is because in the story about Ra, let me take this back. In the story about Ra, that's the reason I went on this whole thing about the universe, about these stories. These stories are, first of all, they're stories about these mythologies are all stories about astrology. All of them. Every god you've ever worshipped is a story about astrology. Every deity, every culture, every god, every demon, every single quote anthropomorphized character you've ever learned about and was told that it was actually real and you need to worship it or be scared of it is an astrological story attached to an observed phenomena in the universe, particularly in our galaxy. Okay, so that's the starting point. But it's deeper because everything observable in the universe, in our relationship with the greater one, right? Stars, the planets, so on and so on, is also the universe is like a macro expression of our social collective relationships, our peculiar nature, our peculiar cultures, how they impact one another, how our relationship to the environment around us will change the environment, and the environment will change us. I want you to keep that. The stars and the heavens and these stories about their relationships are a macrocosmic explanation based on time and observation of what actually unfolds on the planet ourselves in this cyclical, reciprocal, mutually impactive relationship between all the creatures that live in Earth and our impact on one another and our impact on the environment around us and the impact of the environment on us. This is mirrored in as a microcosmic expression of what we can see with our own eyes through these stories our ancestors left us in the sky. Keep this because I'm getting to a point that's about to blow your mind. The environment's our intimate relationship with the environment and how we can change the environment, and the environment can change us, right? But that is not where it stops, because these cultural, economic, political, transitionary, migrative relationships that we have that unfold for whatever reason, and our impact in these changes among one another on the environment and the environment changes of us. That's how the blood types developed. The blood types are actual evidence of evolution, and evolution not being some Darwinian malignant bullshit. Evolution being explained by how our environment can change us just as easily as we can change our environment. And how the blood types developed is based on the environment's impact on us as we became transitory people, and the plants and animals available for us to consume the further out that we explored and transitioned from sub-Saharan Africa. That's how the blood types developed, as an evolutionary response to a relationship with the actual earth, with the actual environment, in an attempt to preserve our life as our food was changing, okay? And as our lifestyle and energetic output was changing. You dig? But it does not stop there. Again, this macrocosmic laying out of all time, past, present, and future, that can be referred to offer an explanation of what's happening with us, human beings and animals, in this period, in our relationship with the environment, also as not only as a microcosmic mirror to the macrocosmic in these stories, but also a macrocosmic mirror to a greater micro, which is everything that we see in the sky, y'all, is a story told about some biochemical, electrical, mechanical expression in relationship in our own body. Every single one. Every single story, I'm telling you, every single mythology, every single story is repeated as a supreme microcosm of the greater macro, and then we humans living right now as both the micro and the macro, the place in between the greater macro and the greater micro, which is these stories being played out the same exact way within each individual one of us. Every story, every mythology played out in real time as biological, biochemical, electric, hormonal, mechanical explanations of how our body behaves with certain stimuli, so on, so on, so on, so on. Every story. Right here. Right here. And I'm telling you this, and I'm breaking it down because when I talk specifically, I said keep this for a minute. The not only us and our impact on the planet and on the environment, but the environment's impact on us, and it being told as metaphor, as a story to help us remember through metaphor, through story, what happened at a particular time in human being, or what is to come in the future if we keep on the same trajectory that the ancients were observing in real time. Why the story of Ra, who is unchallenged in his power, and his power drives him to madness, a madness so that he threatens to destroy the whole world. What does this mean on the macro that is human relationships and human history? I just told you that all of Egypt was fertile for the greater portion of the 33 dynasties of the dynastic period. I am curious to know at what point did they begin to witness the early stages of the desertification that now defines Egypt? Could it possibly have started around the time that Akhenaten made the declaration that he was the embodiment not of a Venus, the goddess, not of a Venus who is the goddess, what? Of the Garden of Eden, the land of plenty, of bounty and rest. No, that he makes the declaration that not only am I destroying all the old gods, I am raising up one of the younger gods in Kemetic history, Ra, Horus. I am going to raise up the sun above all others. I am going to not only raise up the sun above the mother, but I am in all my attempts going to eradicate the mother from collective memory. I am going to erect an entire city, not a shrine, an entire city in adoration and exaltation of the sun's victory over the mother. Could this, and they talked about, this article talked about how him erecting this city on the Nile River, which fed not only Kemet, it was the source of life of all Sudan, right? Where the Kentakes were, it was the source of light. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. God damn. Oh my God. How that it was the source. It was the source of life for all of the empires of the surrounding area. What we now call the Middle East, that separated by these man-made straits to separate the continent. It was the source of life for all of those areas. Now, I'm just telling you, I read an article several months ago where this environmentalist was talking about the fact that deserts are man-made. Deserts are man-made. That deserts are not a naturally occurring phenomenon on this planet. That all deserts have been man-made through some sharp environmental impact on the region that becomes desertification. Oh my God. That becomes desertification. It becomes desertification. God damn. And here, he was a child, by the way, Akhenaten. Do you know how old he was when he did this? Do you know how old he is when he literally caused a kink? He caused a kink in the history of all of Kemet, Akhenaten. He was 16 years old when he did this. He was literally the personification of the son gone rogue. The son that turns against his mother and attempts to completely sever his relationship, to subdue and erase his mother. What do they call him? He, the self-creating. He, the self-creating. Could Akhenaten's short reign in Egypt be the turning point that gave rise to the desertification that we now associate with Kemet, associate with the Nile Valley, associate with Northern Africa? Could this turning point, because again, the stories are relationships to real historically impactful moments, and the stars is the place that we can chart these events. So the sun god, who becomes more powerful than his mother, the mother Nut, the mother Hathor, the mother Isis, the mother Ma'at. He who rises up above his mothers, and in his rise, from harmony. See, this is harmony. In his rise, this is the moment where no yin is present, where he finally successfully subdues his mother, conquers his mother. We call this in Chinese medicine, or in yin-yang theory, utmost yang. Utmost yang is noon, 12 o'clock in the afternoon in the desert. Why is this significant? Because at 12 o'clock, high noon, when the sun is most high, when the sun is most high on the old sundial, there is no shadow cast. There's no shadow. That's how you know it's noon. There's no shadow cast. So this is utmost yang, high noon in the desert, no yin present. What does this mean politically? What does this mean spiritually? Just what it looked like. This is supposed to be a positive symbol, but it also, and I guarantee you the origin of it is the Council of Nicaea. I would bet money that the Council of Nicaea is when this became the official symbol of the crucifixion at the cross, the sun at high noon, the sun on the mount, crucified on the cross, raised again to complete the quote great what did Barbara Moore call it in The Great Cosmic Mother? To consecrate the finality of the great divine homosexual family. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. No feminine energy left, where the feminine has completely been erased. And the only thing that this can produce is the desert. That's why, because Lao Tzu says that yang in its nature is destructive. It is its most destructive when it has successfully severed its relationship to the yin. In Chinese medicine, what we call yang blazing out of control, that diagnosis, yang blazing out of control, what we are looking at in a patient is a person who has suffered from a stroke, from an aneurysm, from a stroke, from an aneurysm, or any kind of seriously life-threatening conditions of the head. Yang blazing out of control. Also, not only life-threatening conditions of the head, stroke, aneurysm, and the like, but it is also met with or early signs of stroke or aneurysm or any kind of life-threatening condition of the head can typically be preceded by uncharacteristic changes in behavior, madness, presentations of madness, uncharacteristic behavioral changes, misdiagnosis of like bipolar disorder or manic conditions, or even schizophrenia or the like. When I say beware the madness of the king, it is not only a metaphor, it is a historically identifiable outcome of a male who represents yang on earth, a male without a relationship that is anchored in the mother, anchored in the divine feminine, whoever that is. It doesn't have to be his physical actual mother. Anchored, embraced by the divine feminine, will always power in the hands of a male that has had his relationship severed to the divine feminine presence on earth will always be driven mad. Always. I can count endless stories, and your mythologies have been attempting to teach you this. Here they say that the sun god, the most high sun god, exalted and raised up above the others, not by a mythology. An actual living person did that. Akhenaten did that. He exalted the iconography and the archetype that becomes a part of the embodied behavior of the humans under threat of life. Do you hear what I'm telling you? I hope y'all hear me. I'm glad I'm having to work this out, but I hope y'all hear me. Because whether Jesus was a real man that walked on the earth, or whether he was one of the 52 previous solar sun self-sacrificing deities, because he wasn't the only one, he one of 52. Whether he was a metaphor or an actual living human being does not matter. The metaphor, the mythology of Jesus, so say Jesus never lived. Jesus was never a man. He's always been an archetype of a transition in an age. It does not matter. The collective accepted belief of the mythology, of the iconography, of the archetype of Jesus inside the consciousness of scores of millions of human beings, and the acceptance as real of that archetype in the many being embodied and shaping how they behave in the material world, that impact is a material force. It doesn't matter if he's a mythology. It doesn't matter if Jesus was a myth. There was an actual, palpable, historical, definable, continual impact of the archetype on the material world. And the problem is for this period of time that archetype has been allowed to live freely in the hearts and heads of human beings around the globe. And this archetype and his arch enemy becomes the football field through which every crime has been committed since its inception, the Jesus archetype, right? Because the thing that is different about Jesus from all of the other archetypes that he represents. He is one of 52 son, savior, self-sacrificing hero deities. He is one of 52. Okay? They even call him in the Bible. Do you know what they call Jesus in the Bible? I ain't learned this till recently either. Do you know what they call Jesus in the Bible? The last Adam. That Adam was the first Adam, and that Jesus is the last Adam. Why they call him that? Why they call him the last Adam? Anybody want to venture a guess why they call him the last Adam? I had to plug up my phone so y'all on TikTok gonna be up close and personal with me because I had to ghetto rig a setup for my phone because it was about to die. Y'all want to know why he is called the last Adam? Jesus. I'm about to blow your mind. Jesus is the last Adam. Damn. I got to get something else to drink, y'all. Y'all gonna have to. Boy, if you do not stop scratching me and you gonna throw down. Me and you gonna really box. Okay, that's better. All right, let me go get something else to drink. But don't let me forget where I'm at. Why do they call in the scripture Jesus the last Adam? And I'll tell y'all why, and it's going to blow your mind. And it's going back to the story about Ra and his impact. Even though Ra wasn't a real deity, his impact, the idea in the mind of the many, typically through brute force under the leadership of Akhenaten, changed the environment, the society, the whole terrain, to where now we're looking at a whole bunch of light-skinned, damn near white so-called Egyptians. That damn ceremony I saw 3 days ago about them, the grand opening of the Egyptian Museum. You cannot convince me that these mofos is not collectively responding and casting spells to attempt to reassert dominion over the mother. That shit I watched the other day with the grand opening of the Museum of Egypt was nothing short of grand blasphemy. I was so offended. I was nauseous. Let me get something to drink. You gonna stop all that stretching you doing, carrying on you extra. Guess I needed to get up and walk for a little bit. Bring the whole thing in. Jesus is the last Adam because the boy, cut it out. You're doing too much. Stop. Jesus is the last Adam because of astrology. Damn, I need a setup where I can be like drawing and showing y'all what I'm talking about. But let me do a mini version of it. Let's see. Where did I have that paper at? You so extra. Woo. Okay. Jesus is the last Adam. And even if most Christians don't know why he's called the last Adam, I'm going to tell y'all right now why he is called the last Adam. Why does the book, there's so much to ask. Why does Paul, there's so much to ask. I need I need to be just like, you remember that scene? I know it seemed like I'm all over the place. You remember that scene in Harry Potter? I think it was the Chamber of Secrets. I think it was the second Harry Potter movie. There was a scene when Dumbledore told Harry Potter, there was a third one. It was the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore tells Harry Potter, come to my office. And he had this big old giant bowl looking thing with this iridescent-y, flowy, weird, fluid looking stuff in this giant ass bowl. And he's taking his magic wand and he's putting it against his temple and he's doing like this. And he's pulling like this kind of iridescent-y like energy from his head, and he's taking his wand and putting it in this big old bowl of iridescent-y like stuff, right? I always loved that scene. And the reason that he did it is he told Harry, I'm old. I'm an old man. And there are memories I need to keep, but they cannot all stay in my head. I need to have an active way to store my memories where I can come to and from them as I need. I need that. I need that. I need that. But anyway, so why is he the last Adam? Why does this mythology tell the story that seems to be, quote, ancient history? The story that seems to be the past and not currently relevant? Because the past is not the past. The past is not the past. The past is ever present. Isn't that right? All pasts are now, all futures. Isn't it? Now is all futures. All past is now. Now is all futures. And that if you do not learn the lessons, this is the lesson of my eye. This is the lesson of my eye. That if you do not see, that if you do not learn the lesson, your heart will be burdened by that which you cannot see. That's why, unlike Lady Liberty, who is blind, my eyes are wide open. And she said, unless you can see, unless you can learn the lessons of what came before, your heart will be too heavy to change the future. That's what she was talking about. Because heaven is not away from us. Heaven is not away from us. Heaven is where the earth starts. Where your feet is on the earth, where your feet is on the earth, from your feet up is heaven. From your feet up is heaven. And it is only a Father God that taught you otherwise. From your feet up, from the horizon up, from where the earth stops and the air starts. That's heaven. That's heaven. Heaven is right here. Remember, I was telling you in the story that I was supposed to be reading y'all tonight in one of the episodes, when all these men were facing off with all these unarmed women. Tanks, riot gear, guns, shields against unarmed women. And then one of them takes his machine gun and starts shooting in the air to scare the women, and all the women fall to the ground screaming. And only one stood up. An old woman, a crone, remained standing, dressed in full black hijab and burqa. Isn't that what they call it? The full burqa? And the reason she remained standing is because the man that had fired the machine gun in the air to scare the women, she's looking. And she called him out by his name. Rashid? Rashid! This was her son. And he looked like he could have been 21. She said, Rashid? Rashid, my son, how can you do this? We just want to pass by. We just want to walk by. How can you do this? She looked at all the men. She was disgusted. She said, don't you know that heaven lies at your mother's feet? Heaven lies at your mother's feet. They all look shamed because she, though afraid, was not going, as old as she was was not going to be subdued by her sons. So this old crone, dressed like great-grandmother Saturn, all black, dressed like the Grim Reaper from head to toe in black, facing off with armed lunatics, mad in their separation from the mother. And her lone voice in this madness is what shook them out they shit. Machine guns and all. What are y'all doing? You are our sons. Don't y'all know that heaven lies at your mother's feet? Let us through. All the men put down their damn guns and cleared a path so that the women could walk through unharmed. I got goosebumps from head to toe telling y'all that story. Heaven lies at your mother's feet. Heaven is on earth. Heaven is on earth. Why? Because earth is in heaven. We are not apart from heaven. We float up in the universe just like our heavenly siblings do. Jupiter and Saturn, Venus and Mars, just like everybody else float up in heaven. We float up in heaven too. Heaven is not away from us. Heaven is not apart from us. Heaven is on the earth because earth is in heaven. And these seem like small, minute, articulations. But for a couple of thousand years, for human beings to accept these words as literal and not metaphorical, as literal is what created the chasm in our own consciousness, in our own spirit, has us at war with our own self. What do I mean by that? That chasm, this acceptance of this idea that earth is here and it's bad and heaven is over there somewhere that we must get to, and we must leave the earth in order to get there. And the only way for us to leave earth is to die. That's the only way for us to leave earth, is to die, to get to heaven. This chasm, this separation imposed on us supposedly as literal and real because it's in the Bible, has created this chasm in our own heaven, in our own universe, our entire body, our entire existence, from the moment we are born, hell, from the moment we are conceived until the moment that we are planted back into the body of the mother, is our own personal expression of the entire universe. You understand what I'm saying? And so for us to accept a story that is a hostile metaphor that has created chasms that is literally fractured our entire existence, our entire universe. What do I mean by fracturing? This hierarchical fracturing, right? That the brain and the mind is more important than the heart, right? That the spirit is more important than the flesh, that the flesh is of the earth and it's bad and it's just this vehicle that we are forced to ride around in. Our Holy Spirit is forced to ride around in until we can get out of it and leave it behind, because we hate the flesh, because we hate to get the creator of our flesh, our evil, filthy ass mama. You feel me? That chasm creates another chasm, right? Conscious mind, which is more important than, quote, subconscious mind. Left brain, which is less important than, left brain, which is more important than the right brain, right? All these dichotomizing, this fracturing of ourself so that we cannot recognize the wholeness that is us, the peculiar personification of the mother's will made a material force, an experience that she can only have through you, that there will never be another you. There has never been another you for the billions of years before and for the billions of years after. You are important because you are the only way that this peculiar thing that I want to do in the material world can only be done through you in this moment with your gene pool of several million ancestors and all of their collective memories. I'm telling you this because the reason Jesus is the last Adam is because Jesus is, let me tell you this. Jesus, as a solar sun, self-sacrificing, self-martyr deity, savior deity, his birth that I was telling you about earlier, that represented the transition from the age of Aries to the age of Pisces, his birth was not literal. His birth was an astrological event. Jesus, his birth was a metaphor for the earth during the spring equinox that represented the transition from the age of Aries to the age of Pisces. Where Earth was, it's Earth's spring equinox that determines our transition from age to age, which is about 2156 years. It is a peculiar vernal equinox. It's not based on the sun. Our movement through our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, I'm talking about our whole galaxy, through the galaxy, but how we perceive our place in it through the galaxy, through the precession of the equinoxes, is not determined by our relationship to the sun. So while we live in a solar-centric solar system, a solar-centric arrangement with these other planets, our perception of time is peculiar to us and us alone. So our transition through the great year, 25,000 years, our transition through the great year is determined by where our Earth is on the spring equinox or the vernal equinox of a certain period that alerts us that we are transitioning from one house age to the next house age, which takes approximately 2,156 years to do. You see? And so the role that the sun plays when we transition from age to age is because during our spring equinox, this peculiar spring equinox that alerts us when we've changed signs in the great year, is because the sun is distributing in the northern hemisphere alone equal parts day and equal parts night. That is all. So the role that the story plays, the sun plays in the story in the transition from the age of Aries to the age of Pisces, Jesus being born on now they made him born. This is how they fucked your time up, because they tell you that Jesus's quote birthday is basically around the winter solstice, right? Not the spring equinox. Why they do that? Why they have Jesus born around the fall equinox? Why they do that? I mean, the winter solstice. Why did they do that? Why did they change when the sun was born? When the actual sun was born during this equinox that was necessary to alert the ancient astronomers when we were transitioning from one age to the next age. Why they have him born in a manger on the winter solstice? Because Constantine was trying to subdue the pagan archetypes as they were transitioning from pagan Rome to papal Rome. When Constantine staged the contest after the metaphorical death of Jesus on the cross, and they had to attempt to eradicate female deities, especially very prominent female deities, from the collective consciousness and iconography of the people that they were dominating. They were attempting to eradicate all the goddesses. But they still needed to keep cultural aspects of these traditions to pacify the people from rebelling. That's why Easter Easter egg and the Easter bunny, they kept icons from goddess worshiping societies, but erased and eradicated the goddess from collective consciousness via brute force, keeping the iconography, superimposing it and relating it to their newly upraised solar sun deity Jesus, who did Constantine did exactly what 600 plus years later, he did exactly what Akhenaten did in Egypt. Word for word, line for line, he did exactly. Not in the metaphorical world, not in the mythological world. He used mythology to conduct in the real, actual material, economic, and political world exactly what Akhenaten had done in the BC era. Word for word. Word for word. To slay all of the pagan female deities of the past, to take certain iconic attributes of all the male deities of the past. So Jesus got attributes of Zeus, Jesus got attributes of Jupiter, Jesus got attributes of Poseidon, he got attributes of all of the male deities. Jesus is the last Adam because at the same time that Jesus represented the birth of the Piscean age, the sun's birth of into the Piscean age. What in the hell? God damn. Watch out. 9. Right now. Cut that out. Come here. 9. All right, carrying on, you doing that here. Ugh. You coming outside? No. Y'all coming out? I'm doing too much. Come here, little baby. Come here, little baby. Oh my goodness. My big cat out there trying to stage a contest, trying to square off with the neighborhood alley cat. See? Hey, little babies. See, they're getting so big. They just climbing and jumping and leaping off everything. Little tyrants. Hey, little babies. So for those of y'all who don't know, I had 3 cats and now I got 8 because the little girl's Tempest was hot in the pants and got knocked up. And her little bitty self had 5 little squishy babies. She had 5 little squishy babies. You so cute. They cute. Ooh, they cute. But when I tell you I'm trying to get them the hell up out of here. So if anybody's in the Los Angeles area and you want a cute little cutie patooties, there's 3 of these little striped ones. 2 of them are boys and 1 is a girl. And then there's 2 little black ones with the same little stripy black pattern. So black and then darker black patterns. There's 2 of them. 1 is a girl and 1 is a boy. So if you're in the Los Angeles and you want a little snuggly cute patootie, because honey, they need to be up out of here. Okay. Hey, cute child. Listen. Anyway, what was I saying? Constantine, literally word for word, did the exact same thing Akhenaten had done. And was much more efficient and was much more effective and much more impactful. When Akhenaten's reign was short, some people believe he was murdered, might have been poisoned, because most of the people, through the intimidation of power, right? I think I might have to redo my TikTok. It's frozen. Yeah. Most people. Ooh, I might have to come off TikTok because it's acting up now. and I'm not really sure how long you can be on a live on here. Most people, through threat of power and intimidation, the fear and all of that shit, didn't buck the system. And most people complied while he was Pharaoh. But like I said, most archaeologists believe that he was probably poisoned. He was probably killed. And when Akhenaten died, his impact while he was alive was massive and permanently impactful. However, when he died, the general people were so angry at the audacity of what he tried to impose on them that when he died, they buried him in an undisclosed they buried him in disgrace. They buried him in disgrace. They buried him in an undisclosed location. Like, his ritual was not the normal ritual of Pharaoh transitioning into the afterlife. They tried to erase all evidence of his reign as Pharaoh. They tried to erase all evidence of his reign as Pharaoh. They re-erected the deities, but the impact was done. Even though his reign was very short, I don't even think he was 30. I don't even think he'd made it to 30. He was in his 20s when he died. So even though he attempted this great feat, which was to change all of cosmological history. That's what he was attempting to do, was to change the history, all of cosmological history, all the stories, all the time, everything. And so when he died, I might have to turn off those of you tuning in via TikTok. I don't know if it's just because my live is long, but it's giving me a lot of problems now. It's fading in and out. It's like really sketchy. So I'm going to attempt to close it out and reopen it. But if you want to continue to walk through this little session, I knew I was going to be on here for 4 hours. If you want to walk with us through this lesson, then you can either join us on my YouTube channel, which is YouTube at DaughterOfTheFates, DaughterTer, and Fates, Daughter of the Fates, Fates on YouTube. It seems like it's trying to behave right now, so I'll keep going. If it starts glitching out again, I'll just close it out and reopen it. So Jesus's birth was an astrological event. It was an event, a story told to signal where the sun was in its relationship to the earth on its vernal equinox as it is making its transition through the universe, through our known galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, through what we call the precession of the equinoxes. The reason that this is important is because the sun is a minor player in this story. In the story of this, the precession of the ages, the sun is a minor player. In the precession of the ages, in the precession of the equinox, the story is the center of the universe. The story is the earth as the center of the universe. It's so funny because I just saw the story a couple of days ago about, quote, the genius of the astronomer Copernicus, who was the first to present the heliocentric theory. Copernicus was the first astronomer to present the idea that the sun was actually the center of, quote, the universe, and all of our heavenly siblings rotate around it, which is not untrue. But the problem was this idea was emerging at the concretizing in the collective consciousness of patriarchy being led by a father patriarch and his solar deity, hero, savior, self-sacrificing son. So the scientific observations of Copernicus of the earth rotating around the sun and not the other way around was not incorrect, but it was a perverted observation. The reason why is because what this scientific observation did was give fuel and fire to an idea that was already emerging, that the sun is greater than the moon, that the sun is the most high, the sun is the most high, the most powerful, right? And that the sun, if the sun, the S-O-N and the S-U-N is the most high and the most powerful, then he must have a father deity, a paternal contributor that is even more high than him. So they have to completely invisibilize him and place him off in the universe somewhere in some elusive, imperceptible, mythological heaven that we must seek and get to, but only through the S-U-N. That once we can get through the S-U-N, you feel me, then we can get to this mythological, imperceptible, far the fuck off somewhere. And even though we done went to the far reaches of the goddamn universe with technology, there are still people ain't found no heaven nowhere. No mythological heaven, no white place in the sky with mansions and white robes and white gates and gold roads and milk and honey flowing and shit like that. We ain't found that. You feel me? And so even in the absence of finding that, there are, what is it? What did they say? 82 million Christians, believers on the planet Earth. Ain't found no heaven nowhere. Ain't found no heaven nowhere. But they still quote believers, right? And so this is where science and spirit, science and mythology meet and impact one another, right? Is because as he is making these visible scientific, mathematical calculations and proclamations about a heliocentric solar system with which Earth revolves around the sun, you feel me? This is happening at the same time that the ideology of the what Barbara Moore calls the divine homosexual the divine homosexual family is giving birth to itself. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, where the mother, the archetype of the mother, has been successfully and finally eradicated from the human consciousness. You see what I'm saying? So the science was, in a way, even though Copernicus was being charged with heresy, the science, which was eventually accepted, was giving scientific clout to the ideological belief that was emerging in the general population through externally imposed religious falsehood. You feel me? This was all happening at this period where we are transitioning from the age of Aries to the age of Pisces. And then in the Bible, Jesus has a life, right? And Jesus's life, even though the New Testament is much shorter than the Old Testament, Jesus's life seemed pretty short, right? Like the New Testament is pretty short. And then you got Paul, what is he he's on the Isle of Patmos or some shit as a prisoner, and he has a divine intervention where he writes the revelation, the future of what is to come, right? And I find it interesting. It's not interesting because we see it today. Of all the disciples, Paul becomes the one that the Roman Catholic Church in its infancy under Constantine becomes the first pope. But I just told y'all that Paul was a gangster. Paul was a revolutionary. Paul was giving Rome hell. Paul was giving Rome hell every opportunity he could get. He was giving Rome hell. He was giving Rome hell. Popping shots, the chronic perpetual cog in the machine. And so isn't this familiar too? Isn't it just like Empire, that after you die, after they execute your ass, they co-opt your story, co-opt your image, and prop you up as a divine representation of the ability for empire to change. Sound familiar? Because of all the disciples that they had to pick and choose from, Paul is the one that they exalted as the first pope, the gangster, the revolutionary, the violent revolutionary that he was. He becomes the first pope. That's not an accident, right? Again, these are still metaphors for the universe. Paul is a planet, bitch. Okay? Judas is a planet. Paul is a planet. All the angels are planets. I'm just telling you, everything you think, everything you've ever believed, the whole story of Jesus, right? Finding the man who was, quote, possessed, right? Remember the dude who was possessed? And when he asked the demon who he was, the demon inside the man said what? I am legion. Or we are legion. I am legion. We are legion. We are many. Didn't he say that? Right? That was driving a man crazy was that he was possessed by a multiplicity, by a legion of demons. Right? And so in order to save the man from the legion, you feel me? He saw a herd of pigs. And so Jesus cast the demons out of the man and put the demons in the pigs. Remember that story? And then when the pigs got possessed by the legion, you feel me? The pigs in the madness caused by the legion ran off the cliff to their death. Remember that story? And I'm like, if the Bible is nothing but an astrological book, that's what the Bible is. The Bible is a grimoire. It is a grimoire dictated by captive sibyls, stolen from those murdered sibyls, and every word flipped upside down, turned inside out, the numerology left in place. After being flipped upside down, turned inside out, the evidence, anywhere the evidence of the goddess emerged, she was changed from a she to he. Everywhere in the Bible, Old and New Testament, everywhere she appeared, she was changed into a he. You feel me? Unless the she needed to remain as a diabolical entity for whom the worst kinds of crimes were justified as a telltale story to females who needed to be controlled by this stolen artifact grimoire. You feel me? We need to keep some of these stories of the bitches in there so that we can do something terrible to them to terrorize female creatures from tapping into their serpentine prophetic sibylline spirit. You feel me? So we got to vilify the serpent wherever it shows up. We got to vilify quote soothsaying. We got to vilify sexual rites and rituals. You feel me? And I don't remember the name of the deity, but if the Bible is a book of astrology, which it is a book of prophetic astrology spoken in ceremonial madness by black ass sibyls held captive in caves by Romans to get a jump and a drop on the opposition. That's what it is. 3,000 years of Sibylline history, divination, and mad utterances while being embodied by the goddess. And so if the Bible is a book of mythology, if the Bible is a book of mythology based on astronomy and astrology, spoken out of the mad utterances of divine sibyls, then the story of man, stop. Divine utterances, then the story of Jesus casting out the legion into the pigs, and in their madness, they dive off a building. They dive off a cliff. I'm like, okay, what astrological story does this correspond with? I'm just trying to think. Like, what astrological story does this correspond with? I can't think of it. I can't think of any. But what I did think of is the fact that I'd read once, and I don't remember the name of the deity, but that the pig in Kemet was actually a deity. I do remember that. That the pig had significance, had divine significance in Kemetic mythology. Jesus is not a literal physical entity that experienced an actual physical, literal on earth birth. Jesus is a metaphor for the sun in its metaphorical birth at the vernal equinox that represented the official transition, the simultaneous end of the age of Aries and the beginning of the age of Pisces. Jesus' very short 33-year walk through life before execution, along with his 12 disciples, is a shortened version of the Jesus as an archetype specific to the age of Pisces, the Jesus, the Christ, in his transition through the 12 signs of the zodiac. Each one. Let me close this door. This shit is ridiculous. And my neighbor's probably mad as hell because my cat is fighting with a hood cat and they just making too much noise. You ain't going nowhere. Nine. Not doing too damn much. Damn it. Okay, so Jesus is a metaphor for the sun at the time that the earth makes its transition not only into the age of Pisces. There's that picture I drew for y'all yesterday. Not only into the age of Pisces, but the other thing that's happening at the same time that Earth is transitioning into the age of Pisces. Damn, where's that picture I drew for y'all? But at the same time that Earth is transitioning into a new age represented by Jesus Christ as the Son. Jesus Christ is the anthropomorphized humanoid story of the actual physical literal Son in his movement, in his entry into the Piscean age, as he is going along and meeting each one of his disciples. His going along and meeting each one of his disciples is his transition through the metaphorical annual move through the zodiacal chart. That's why he meets the two fishermen first. Why would he meet the two fishermen first? He meets the two fishermen first because his ass is actually a Pisces. How is he a Pisces if he was born on December 25th? How'd that work? How'd that work? Because of the hijacking of the iconography. I'm going to tell you why. Because Jesus, the Christ, is both the sun. Jesus Christ is the Son, and Jesus Christ is the death of the Son. Jesus Christ is both God and the devil. He is both. Jesus Christ is both the Son and the devil. He is the opposing mirror images of the opposing mirror images of himself. He is the righteous and the wicked. Whoo, fuck. Oh, shit. Y'all remember that song by the Chili Peppers, Red Hot Chili Peppers? It was on Blood Sugar Sex Magic, Righteous and the Wicked. Righteous and the Wicked. Ozzy Osbourne was featured on it. Righteous and the wicked, war and peace. P.O.P.'s prodigy. Wait. Righteous and the wicked, war and peace. Anyway, it's a jamming ass song. I got issues with Red Hot Chili Peppers these days, but that's a jamming ass song. It's so pertinent right now. Anyway, because the righteous and the wicked is Jesus. The righteous and the wicked is you. The righteous and the Messiah and the deceiver is you. Why? Because you are your own universe. Yes, you are. The moment you are born, the moment that you are fully enlightened. When are you fully enlightened? When is your full enlightenment? When is your first full enlightenment? The moment that you are born. The moment that you go from the unseen of your mother's body to the seen of the new world. And that umbilical cord is severed. And you become your own person with your own peculiar destiny outside your mother's body. That is your first true literal enlightenment. Everybody knew you was there. They could see you was there. They just could not see you. You did not become real until you parted from your mother's body, until you were cast out of heaven. Until you were cast out of heaven. You see? So all of you are Lucifer. Yes. And all of you are Christ. Yes. So when people be talking about, I don't really subscribe to Christianity, but I do believe in the Christ consciousness. And every time I hear that, I just take a shallow breath and roll my eyes like, huh? The Christ consciousness, the spirit of agape, bitch. You are one of the all, and the all in one. Each and every one of you. You are one in the all. You are one in the all, and you yourself are all in the one. Just like our earth is one in the all that is the universe, and the all represented in the one. She is a mirror. She is reflecting the entire universe in all of her stories and all of her mechanisms and all in everything that is unfolded in the earth. She is a mere microcosmic reflection of the greater universe, and we are a peculiar microcosmic mirror to the earth, to us, which is our macro. And then the universe is our greater macro, to which she represents the liminal place. Earth represents the liminal place between the greater universe and us right here. And then we represent a liminal space between Earth and our little microcosmic universe that is our cells and our organs and our tissues and our bones and our fibers and all of those things. And they are all mere images of one another, but macrocosmic and microcosmic. You see what I'm saying? And so Jesus as the last Adam. Let me go ahead and get to that. Most of the time these days, because spirit is just like, chow on me to work this shit out, to work it out and piece it together in a way that will be crystal clear. The reason that Jesus is called the last Adam is an astrological story, just like his birth. So in the Bible, the Adams, if I'm not mistaken, are the first Adam that was actually born. And then I think Noah is an Adam, maybe. Is Moses an Adam? It's like the patriarchs of the Bible, the great patriarchs of the Bible. So Adam, Noah, Moses, what's his name? Elijah, King Solomon, and then Jesus is the last Adam. Jesus is the last Adam. Okay, I might be mistaken. It might not be that many. Let's see. It's not Noah. It is Adam. It is Moses. It is it David? Jacob. It's Jacob. It's Adam. It is Moses, and it is Jacob, and it is Jesus. That's it. Because why? The Bible is an astrological book. The first Adam, represented by Adam, is the age of Taurus. He represents the Adam, the son, savior, hero of the age of Taurus. Moses represents the son, savior, transitional Adam of the transition from the age of Taurus to the age of Aries, the ram. That's Moses. He is the second Adam. Jacob represents, am I wrong? Taurus, Aries, Pisces. That can't be right. I forget how many motherfucking Adams, but I know Jesus is called the last Adam. He is the last of the patriarchs. And the reason why is because his crucifixion and our transition out of his age, Jesus's age, which is 2156 years. So even though Jesus died supposedly in 1 AD, you feel me? In 1 AD, Jesus died, which is 1700 years. Wait, well, a little bit. No, it's like 2,000 years ago. Jesus died 2,000 years ago, but we're in his age, the age of Pisces, transitioning into the age of Aries, which is what Paul quotes predicted as the horror story that we know as Revelations, which is the entry into the age of Aquarius spoken by Jesus before he died. Jesus died. Jesus predicted the coming of the age of Aquarius, his personification in the new age as the water bearer. That's what he said before he died, right? And so Jesus is the last Adam. Why wouldn't he be Adam in the age of Aquarius? Why wouldn't the SUN be another Messiah, another solar sun, savior, martyr, deity, self-sacrificing martyr deity in the age of Aquarius? Why would they call the Piscean personification of Jesus the last Adam? Because of astrology. Because again, all astrology, all mythologies about astrology, all the archetypes personified in astrology, yes, they are about the heavens. But more important than their relationship to the heavens is that astrology is about you. about each individual God personification in its entry into the material plane, attempting to teach it a lesson about how to move through the stages of his own journey to the completion or fulfillment of his destiny. This is your walk from birth. It's not from your birth to your death. Your zodiacal chart is supposed to teach you the potential pitfalls and benefits through the movement of your houses personified in your walk through your life to the fulfillment of your personal destiny. And not to the end of your life, to the fulfillment of your personal destiny. What is it that you came here as God of your own universe? What is it that you saw fit to come here to accomplish within the mother? Not son of a biatch. Ooh, y'all are asses. Within the mother, what did you see fit to come here to accomplish? Why did you choose this life? Why did you tap your mama on the uterus and petition her to be your mama? You feel me? And so your zodiacal chart attempts to teach you that, why you chose this life, and the easiest, most direct route, not to confuse. Who's the author of confusion? Not your zodiacal chart. Not to confuse you, is to make the map clear of how to move through your universe to accomplish your personal destiny, right? And so in this story, and the other thing is, the authors of confusion have really, what's the word I want to use? The authors of confusion have really manipulated the heavens. I told you that in 325 AD in the Council of Nicaea, they recharted the universe, changed the iconography of the constellations to fit the political, strategic, and economic narrative that was unfolding in the real material world under this new chief imperial Christian who basically what's the word I want? Who basically colonized all the traditions and amalgamated them and made them one. That's what he did. Okay. Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sag, Cap, Aquarius, Pisces. The reason I'm drawing this out again, because this is how we learn astrology, just basic kindergarten level astrology, right? Is that this is the zodiacal chart, and that the spring equinox, the vernal equinox, which occurs in the sign of Aries, the vernal equinox, right, which represents what? The birth of the sun. It is not here, December 25th, where the sun is born, bitch. The sun is born on the vernal equinox, the spring equinox, where we literally transition out of the winter and into the spring. That's when the sun is born, is in the spring equinox. Okay. So when I was telling y'all that the metaphorical quote birth of Jesus, they be telling y'all that Jesus was born on December 25th, which he would be a Capricorn if he was born on December 25th, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he be a Capricorn if he was born on December 25th? Right? And so this is when they tell you that, quote, Jesus was born. away in a manger, no crib for a king. How's it go? Away in a manger, no crib for a king. Something, something. He lay in a manger. How that song go, y'all? Damn. Away, I'm gonna have to remember my Christmas carols. Away in a manger. Anyway, what was he? What were we told? That he was born in a manger on Christmas Day, December 25th. Right? This was his proposed birth. Jesus, the S-U-N. His proposed birth was a deliberate and hostile takeover of a day that had a period, not just a day, a whole period that had been recognized as the supremacy of the mother. The winter solstice. The winter solstice is the blackest day of the year. Let me keep it simple. The winter solstice is the direct opposite of the summer solstice. The summer solstice literally represented in Kemetic tradition. Because this here, your zodiacal chart is a macrocosmic mirror image. Macrocosmic mirror image of your 12-hour day. Your zodiacal chart, in its significance, is a macrocosmic mirror image of your 12-hour clock, and each hour in its significance. Do you hear me? I just talked to y'all about the goddesses, the 12 goddesses that ruled the hours of the day in Kemetic history. Each hour was ruled by a goddess in Kemetic tradition. You feel me? Each of the 12 hours of the day was ruled by a goddess that would inform you of what you need to do. Your zodiacal chart is a macrocosmic mirror image of the same, but instead of the 12 hours, the 12 months of the year. Each month of the year, these stories attempt to teach you how to behave and to do what you need to do in each of these months. So yes, you might be like myself. I'm a Virgo sun, you feel me? I'm a Capricorn moon, you feel me? And a Gemini rising. That's cool. But even though this is my triad, this entire zodiacal chart is me with very important points in my chart to pay attention to: my moon, my sun, and my ascendant. The other thing is even though Aries is always here representing the birth of the sun, the birth of the SUN at the spring equinox, right? This is the general zodiacal chart attempting to teach you that even though Aries and the energy and the iconography of Aries is represented here at the quote beginning of the zodiac, this first house here represents the moment you, as the sun of your universe, is born. That's why on my chart, my zodiacal chart don't look like this. My zodiacal chart don't start with Aries because I'm not an Aries. I still, at birth, in my birth youth, in my infancy, have the fiery energy, the brand new energy, no errors, all potentiality of Aries, because Aries isn't only a warrior. Before Aries was ever a warrior, Aries was a baby that represented no past, no mistakes, and all potential. That's the fire of Aries, right? And so, because I am a Gemini rising, it is your rising sign that is represented here in your first house. It's your rising sign. It's not your sun sign. It is your rising sign that is represented here in your first house when you are born. And then the entire zodiac shifts to favor who you were, especially in your ascendant, the moment that you were born. My Gemini is here. My Gemini is here. This is who you see when you see me. Yes, I am a Virgo sun. Yes, I have a Capricorn moon. I am a weighty bitch. I am not only a Virgo sun and a Capricorn moon, 2 earth signs, but I'm also a wood rabbit in Chinese zodiac, which is a very heavy earth energy. So I'm straight up earth, but my head, I am firmly rooted in the earth element to support this Gemini ass head. You feel me? So the reason I'm telling you this is because the metaphorical Jesus, if Jesus was Jesus is supposedly a Pisces. That's what they tell y'all, right? Jesus is Pisces, or at least Jesus as the sun represents the sun in Pisces, which is a contradiction because they tell you that Jesus as the sun represents the sign of Pisces. When Jesus emerges in the world after he'd been in hiding for 33 years, you feel me? The first of his disciples that he meets is the 2 fishermen. Isn't that who he meet? So this is where he born, this Jesus, right? He is born on the cusp on the liminal space between the end of the transition between Aries and Pisces. This is supposedly where he is born, is on the cusp between the two in the precession of the equinoxes. You hear me? So in your annual zodiacal movement, you are going counterclockwise. Starting from Aries, you go in counterclockwise around the zodiacal chart. That's you in your year. But in the precession of the equinoxes, which is the Earth on a spring equinox going through each age, 2165 years, you're talking about the beginning of the Bible here, the first Adam, Taurus, which is the Garden of Eden and all of that shit. And then Moses represents the transition out of the age of Taurus into the age of Aries. And you can read the Bible and see all the symbolism that he is the sun representing the transition from the old age to the new age, which is Aries, right? He gives Aaron the ram's horn to blow before the ceremonies. They put the ram's blood over the door for the Passover. All of this ram iconography as they are beginning the process of transitioning into this new age of Aries. But Aries also represents towards the end, the beginning of the entry into the story of the Roman Empire. At the height of the Roman Empire, infanticide, was the threat. Supposedly they had Mary go out into the wilderness and shit because he was going to kill the firstborn son of, this is a recurring thing, that under the threat of some young child who, when they grow, because somebody received a prophecy that if you don't kill this young child right now, this young child gonna grow up and kill you. And so some crazy somebody initiates infanticide to kill all the babies to try to get in front of this prophecy that promises that this child, if he grow up, he gonna kill you. So Mary take off into the wilderness and shit to have her baby in a manger. But that story is replete throughout all these mythologies. The Trojan War started the same way. King Priam gets a divination. Bitch say you got to kill the baby or the baby gonna destroy the empire. Zeus, twice over, that story where the greater kills the younger in an attempt to prevent prophecy. Jesus is no different from any of these stories. Okay, so he's born as a consequence of his mother escape. Moses, same story. His mother escaping in the program of infanticide. He's born representing the SUN's entry into the age of Pisces. right? This is where the mythological Jesus is born. You feel me? Here. So why they be telling you that Jesus was born up here as a Capricorn? Why they be telling he was born on December 25th? Why do they tell you at the vernal equinox where he supposedly was born? You feel me? Why did they tell you that this is where he resurrected from the dead, where he raised up from the dead? That's why they be throwing the purple sash around the cross and shit on Easter. The sun is always born into a new age at the vernal equinox. So why did they tell you that he was born on the winter solstice? Why they tell you that? Why they do that? Because in this story, the sun, the solar, in Kemetic tradition, the summer solstice represented Ra's victory over Set. Ra, the sun's victory over Set, or the light's victory over dark. Why? Because the summer solstice is the longest day of the year. The summer solstice is the longest day of the year. There's more hours of light than there is dark. The winter solstice, especially in all ancient goddess worshiping and pagan societies, the winter solstice represented in Kemet Set's victory over Ra. Who was Set? The mother, the dark. The dark's victory over the light. The subduing of the dark over the sun, where the mother subdues the sun. In all ancient traditions, that moment during the fall equinox, the winter solstice. The winter solstice is defined by a specific astrological event where the sun, the sun in the northern hemisphere, enters directly at the center of a constellation known as the Southern Cross. This happens in the northern equinox, but this constellation called the Southern Cross or the Southern Crux, which literally looks like a cross. There's a point, the day of the fall equinox. I don't know why I keep saying the fall equinox, the winter solstice. The day of the winter solstice, the sun ends up right dead at the center of the Southern Cross, the actual sun, the Southern Cross, and he stops moving. He is at the center of the Southern Cross for 3 days, the 21st, the 22nd, and the 24th. On the 25th, the sun moves north 1 degree. The sun moves in the opposite direction, north for 1 degree. And when the sun, quote, raises up above the cross, how Christians say it, defeated the cross. When he raises 1 degree north above the cross, this is supposed to predict his full realization or his full resurrection. Because when at the longest day of the year, the mother's victory over the sun, the winter solstice, and the sun stops moving right at the Southern Cross, this is when the ancients say that the sun died on the cross and was dead for 3 days. The sun died on the cross and was dead for 3 days. And after 3 days, aka December 25th, he rose from the dead. This is an astrological event that you can actually see in the sky every year at the winter solstice. But Christians could not, the new emerging Christian empire under Constantine, could not afford to continue to perpetuate a story where, quote, the dark was victorious over the sun, which is what had always been said. They could not afford a story where the, quote, dark conquered the sun, killed the sun. They couldn't afford that story where the dark, where the mother, where the scary had been victorious over the sun. So instead of saying that the sun was born on the vernal equinox, where he had always been born through 50 other solar deities, 52 other solar deities, they said, we're just going to axe the mother completely. We're going to say that he was actually born on December 25th, when he moved 1 degree north after being dead on the cross. And then we're going to say that his full and complete resurrection was actually back here during the equinox. We're going to call this Easter. This was made law during the Council of Nicaea, 1700 years ago this year, where they said that the sun was actually born 3 days after he was killed, where he was dead on the cross. He was crucified on the cross. He was dead on the cross during the winter solstice. The reason that this is important, and the reason that he is called the last Adam, is because in the precession of the equinoxes, which goes clockwise instead of counterclockwise, the precession of the equinox, like your annual zodiacal run, goes counterclockwise. In the transition of the precession of the equinoxes, so the sun was here. So the Bible, the sun was here, the sun was here, the sun was here. We just transitioned out of the age of Pisces. And so the sun is now in its infancy stage here in the age of Aquarius. Well, at the same time that we are transitioning out of the age of Aquarius, the 2156 year age of Pisces into Aquarius, at the same time that is happening, let me see. At the same time that we are transitioning out of the 2156, is it 5665? 2156 year age or eon of Pisces, for the first time in 25,000 years, we are also transitioning at the same time out of the last age of the last 120 the last 25,000 years, and entering into a new 25,000 year age. At the same time that we're transitioning out of an eon, we're transitioning into an entirely new great year, 25,000 years, transitioning from Pisces into Aquarius, both as an eon and as a great year. This is the last Christ because it also represents not only the closing of an age, a personification of the sun in the age, which is purposeful for us on earth because of our time, but the sun has no play in the great year. The sun has no play. The sun is not important in the galaxy, in the Milky Way galaxy. It is earth-centered. Our understanding of our transition through the Milky Way galaxy is based on our planet's time and relationship only to the sun, in recognizing our vernal equinox. Our vernal equinox is what determines our transition through the ages. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so I wish I could simplify this more. I still have to work with this. But the reason that the sun is called the sun in Pisces, Jesus, is called the last Adam, is because the age of Aquarius, even according to the Bible, they don't call it the age of Aquarius in the Bible, they call it the Revelations. The Revelations that is kicked off by what? The revelation in the Bible is kicked off by what? When Jesus tells them that he's about to die, that he is about to die on the cross and be resurrected, because he knows that he is about to transition into new form, the sun, the S-U-N, in new form, which is the Aquarius. He says, I'm about to die. You feel me? The jig is up, but I will return. And they were like, well, where will you be? How will we know who you are and where you at? And he says, when I return, go into Bethlehem. There you will find a man bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house therein, and there I will be. He literally says that this epiphany that Paul is about to have about the revelations is going to happen as he enters into this house that is the house of the guy carrying a pitcher of water in Bethlehem. It couldn't be any more clear than that. He literally says, Paul about to have an epiphany about me and my story in the in this coming age of Aquarius. And the reason that the story represents me as the last Christ, as the last son, the last Christ, as the last son, solar deity, son, solar deity, self-sacrificing son, savior, the last Christ, is because Aquarius, which is the revelation, the usherer in of the quote book of Revelations. Aquarius is the goddess. Aquarius is not a quote male entity bearing a pitcher of water. Aquarius is the goddess in her reign in the age. Her reign in the age. You don't think that's true? You don't think that's true? Aquarius as a goddess who is ushering in what they call in the Bible, the book of Revelations, what we call the age of Aquarius. You don't think that's true? I just told y'all 5 hours ago that the planet Pluto, which is the definer of the moment, she is the what do you call it? What do you call kings and queens? Sovereign. She is the sovereign of the moment, who has been setting up the board for her power play since 2008. She's been setting up the board for her power play since 2000. As a matter of fact, since the month Obama was elected, she entered into Capricorn on November of 2008 and has been setting up the board and revealing the weaknesses until this moment, actually last year, November 19th of 2024, when she said, okay, everything is in place. Let me go ahead and place the crown on my head. It's my time. When Pluto enters into Aquarius, as we transition out of the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius, and she is the usherer of this transition. Not only this, she was making herself known through the astrological, astronomical time articulation of the Maya people, who gave us the December 21st, 2012 prediction of quote the end of the age. Not the end of the world, the end of the age. That's what the Maya predicted, are these things that would come to pass on the winter solstice of 2012. The winter solstice, December 21st, 2012. That was governed and ushered in also by Oya, the planet Pluto, in the sign of Capricorn. Her really violent push through Capricorn from 2008 till November 19th of 2024, until last year, where the transition was concluded, was complete, when she, on November 19th, 2024, finally, completely, comfortably transitioned into Aquarius. Planet Pluto is Oya. Sign of Aquarius, aka Uranus, is the Orisha Shango. They represent the radical revolutionaries of the Orisha, of the 401 Orisha, the quote divine husband and wife, Oya, the goddess of storms and the winds of radical transformation, the owner of the mask, and her husband Shango, the lord of thunder and lightning, the king of the drum, the lord of the dance and the turn up. They come together. They both only go into battle to defend the defenseless, to defend the oppressed, She in this relationship is set to change everything, to change the face of all that is. That's why she up in here. You know what? Hold on. Let me go grab this from a little monster. Why don't you get your baby so they can stop tearing up everything? Little trifling troglodytes, right? So then I say that this year, that even astronomers and astrologers say, look, there's no time calculable in the last 25,000 years that a year like the one that we just survived has happened. And we got to be working these ideas out, because so much has been hidden from us, so much has been kept from us. And that's what the stars are there for. That's what the planets are there for. That's why our ancestors charted them and mapped them. That no matter what happened on this terrain, we can look up and hear the stories and be able to navigate through the madness. Hidden in plain sight is not only an explanation, but the solution for how to navigate through this age of confusion and propaganda and terrorism, right? Where they literally use the language and invert the language as the terrorist to call others terrorists. They use the language, invert the language to call the victims the villains. They use the language, invert the language to call the guilty the innocent and the innocent the guilty. We see it everywhere, every day. Everywhere, every day. Everywhere, every day. Mixed in. Thank you for the donation, Claudia Ankara. Mixed in and mixed up with a myriad of other bullshit. Like this madness today about the sexual improprieties, the presumed sexual improprieties between Trump and Bill Clinton. And y'all took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. I couldn't believe some of the commentators, some of the comments upon the quote revelation that two men of power may have had sexual relations. And y'all like, yeah, I mean, if Trump and Clinton had these, it was engaged in this kind of mess, ain't no telling how bad the Epstein files is. When I say their desperation is always clouded by distraction that they know in your biases imposed on you by them. Your biases are imposed on you by them. That all they got to do is throw some bullshit out in the universe to immediately distract you from the jack move they are attempting to divert your attention from. And so all day, this was the news of the day in a world where people are being massacred in broad daylight. This the controversy of the day. Two grown men of power engaged in sexual interaction. And so what? How this becomes the topic of an entire 24-hour period of discussion, as if two consenting male adults of power engaged in sexual relations. You can call it an impropriety because they both married, but they are two male consenting adults. That somehow becomes the thing that you are using your sacred breath to talk about all day, as opposed to, I don't give a damn about no proposed sexual relationship between two men of power who might be using sex magic to do to produce diabolatry on the planet. I don't give a fuck about that. Let's talk about these girls. Let's talk about this woman that y'all just ghosted after she exposed you in her book. Let's talk about these girls that you exploited their poverty and broke them off pennies, and they became addicted to being able to base level care for themselves. So even as babies, and you literally sought out abused children, you deliberately sought out abused victims of abuse to further exploit and abuse under the auspice of where they were, at least they was paid. Let's talk about you. Let's talk about you. Each one of you universes, each one of you gods in your own universe, each one of you who represent the mirror polar opposites of yourself, the worst of yourself possible and capable within you, and the best of yourself, the best of yourself represented as possible and capable, and the decision as you as the sun, you as the ascendant, you as the moon of your own universe, being able in any given moment to discern what is the right and wrong thing to do, which is the correct and incorrect way to be in the world as a universe of your own, in these relationships with other universes who are supposed to be self-sovereigns. These two men, even if they had an exposed, outright, loving, romantic relationship with one another, is not an issue that should be centered in the discussion of anything happening on the earth right now. It is a distraction that they pulled out to exploit the weakness that they see in us. Controversy is always the best bait. And because they play off your what's the word? Your biases. They play you off your what's the word? Your isms. You feel me? I mean, I'll be honest. Some of the madness I heard coming out of black-skinned people's mouths today was so disappointing. So disappointing. So disappointing. Some of the shit I heard coming out y'all mouths today was so disappointing. Ew. That's what they did. I told you they all gay. I told you they all gay. Some of the shit I heard y'all saying today. I'm like, look, Ma. Like, do not be putting this shit in my head if we ain't gonna win. If we ain't gonna win, just let me get paid and let me pay my bills and navigate through this bitch until either it's done or I'm done. If we ain't gonna win, do not have me up in here like this. Like, if we ain't gonna win, do not have. I can't deal with this shit. If we ain't gonna win, do not have me up in here like this. Just give me my motherfucking money and let me pay my motherfucking bills and just navigate through this bitch with my head down and keep it pushing until I'm playing it in the dirt. And the reason I'm saying that, because some of the shit I be seeing up on here, I'm like, we ain't gonna win. Ain't gonna win. Just when I think we having a collective breakthrough, some shit like today come through, and I'm like, God damn. Ew, I told you I didn't get. That is not the issue. That is even 1 grain of salt important. Not even a grain of salt. Don't make them being gay. Don't make literally the weight of a grain of salt of difference in your life. Your ass still getting robbed, bitch. Your ass still getting robbed. Them going down on each other, literally, and it being, quote, revealed to you is not going to change the absolute insane, malignant, and tyrannical aggression being waged against you right this moment. Not a bit of difference. Not a single gram of difference in your life for you to know that two men of power engaged in sexual relations behind closed doors. Nothing about your life is going to be transformed by this revelation. Nothing. And they relied on your biases, particularly you black folks. I know I'm hurting somebody's feelings. They relied because you are the object of their aggression. They knew you was going to default, knee-jerk, descend into, ew, I knew, I should have known they was gay. I wonder who the top and the bottom was. That shit had my head hurting today. That if we do not leave, if our feet don't hit the floor every morning when talking about our adversary, if our feet don't hit the floor every morning saying, today I am staging an outright opposition. I am contending with my adversary today. And in the contending with my adversary today, contending against my adversary today, none of the bullshit they try to put in my face is going to distract me. The only thing important, the only thing I'm obsessing over, the only thing I care about, the only thing that drives my lungs to open and close is to stage an outright victorious opposition, dual and contending opposition to my adversary. Nothing else they put the fuck up in my face is important. Don't mean nothing to me. Don't mean nothing to me. How is it if this information does not fit perfectly in a campaign to contend with my opposition? I know that shit is a distraction. I know that shit is propaganda attempting to exploit my weakness. That bullshit y'all was on. Stop talking about gay people. Stop talking about gay people. Stop talking about trans people. Stop talking about non-binary people. Stop talking about, quote, the alphabet people. I heard that shit so much today. Stop talking about alphabet people. Stop talking about the strong black families. See, we need to have strong black families, and we need to be having babies so they don't disappear us. Oh, please stop the madness. Oh, please stop the madness. The greatest birth explosion on earth of the last 30, since the early 90s, of the last 30 years, the greatest population explosion on earth was the continent of Africa. Black people gonna be all right. Black skinned people gonna be all right. Please stop saying that this is the primary issue confronting the oppressed on earth today. It is not the strong black family having strong black babies with black wives being traditional and submissive. It is not the issue of the day. There are 8.5 billion motherfuckers on the planet, and the great majority of them are struggling and fighting like absolute hell to just survive to the next day. Straight black pride is not the issue of the day. Stop talking about other oppressed people as if their existence in the world has had any antagonistic impact on your life. It hasn't. It hasn't. Gay people ain't had no goddamn antagonistic impact on your life. Sure hasn't. Sure hasn't. Even trans people ain't had no negative impact on your life, child. 0%. 0%. 0%. Your hatred of, quote, the alphabet people, your hatred of the LGBTQIA community, has it solved a single problem in your real existence? Or is this just shit that you, quote, believe? It's just shit you house in your head as the remnants and the evidence of the Father God who had seized possession of your whole skull. Your ideas in your head about oppressed people, about lesbians, about anybody, ain't changed your life for the better at all. 0% ain't made you no money. Maybe I can walk that back a little bit. Because some of you clowns can get right up on this internet and talk about your hatred of oppressed people. And your daddy will give you some money. Your father God will give you some money. So I have to retract that statement. But in general, your life ain't made better by the ideas you hold in your head about other oppressed people, other colonized people. And watching that shit today, this stupid ass, bullshitting ass quote revelation of a proposed relationship between Trump and Clinton is the most outlandish, the most gruesome, the most repugnant evidence of desperation of a wounded and dying beast. They got to pull out all the stops because the jig is up. The jig is up. And they're like, what can we use? What'll really shock them other than releasing the Epstein files? Because we ain't going to release the Epstein files about all this terrible shit we did to kids. But maybe we can get them up off our back for a little bit if we just give them a little bit, a little something juicy, a little something controversial, a little something juicy. While we try to regroup and figure out what our next move going to be so we can continue to avoid, the Epstein files. Child, if I'll be goddamn if y'all ain't take the bait. Quick like take the bait. That when I tell you that ain't my whole 4U was spammed the fuck out of with that bullshit today. I'm like, why I keep getting this shit? I'm blocking bitches. Do not recommend this channel all day today, and that shit was still coming through. Like virtual vomit. That's all y'all talked about today. Oh, did you know? The first thing that it should have alerted you to if you was going to take it the least bit seriously is that the fucking opposition of the red and the blue, the Democrats and the Republican, the conservative and the liberal is an optical illusion to the degree and the extent that, quote, those from across the aisle would be engaged in sexual exploits together. Why y'all acting surprised? That's what I kept saying. Why y'all acting surprised by this shit? Because what you call heterosexual sex initiated by males, particularly in America, at the height presentation of a consolidated patriarchy that hates the female principle, period. Why do y'all perpetually act surprised whenever some radical Republican gets outed for his peculiar affinity of black trans women? Why y'all be acting confused? Why y'all be acting surprised? Why would the white male, rich, aristocratic, right wing, hard right wing, police ass white Republican? Why is it not shocking to me that the object of his fetish-like obsession is a black trans woman? Why that is? Why that happens so often? Because sex in the possession of a patriarch is never about desire. It is always about conquest and power. He may get off. He may feel like this is like this. They treat it like taboo. They treat black trans women like taboo, like the fetish of taboo. And the fetish of taboo is that black trans women who are born male, their aggression against male, quote, prowess, the power of black males, the jungle male, the strength of black males, the idea of a white man being able to, quote, mount and subdue the strongest black male and this is not a dig or a jab at trans women. This is about the psychoses that exist in the minds of those who possess unchallenged power. You are literally a fetish, trans Black women, when it comes to the malignant objectification, through the lens of unchallenged power of white, wealthy males and their peculiar affinity, quote, for the strange, especially the strange that represents their ability to dominate them all in a singular body. The feminine, the masculine, the most feminine, the oldest. Their ability to symbolically, with the penis that is their sword, to symbolically subdue the all in the one. This is the basis for their fetish for you. It is, and it too is mythological. It too is iconographical. I don't know how better else to explain it. Sex under patriarchy, especially cishet, but not exclusively. I have seen the most malignant relationships between homosexuals, male and female, lesbian gays, male gays, interracial gays in particular. That is a madness to behold. Because every single solitary way that we play out our sexual desires, our sexual fetishes, our sexual taboos is through the lens of this cracker that is still alive and well in all of our brains. So I'm just trying to say, all of us, me too, I'm included, me too, that we cannot even conceive and conceptualize of what ecstatic sex looks like in the complete and total absence of fucking oppression. I can't conceive of it, and I feel like I'm ahead of the curve. I cannot conceive of what fully gratuitous, fully satisfied, ecstatic, epiphomatic sexual union looks like in a world where oppression does not exist anywhere. That's what we want to achieve, but we have to be able to visualize it, and my ass can't even conceptualize it. And this is a conversation I have with myself often. Why do I have the peculiar kinks that I have? I have kinks. I have fetishes and taboos, but I can be honest enough with myself and with you to recognize that my kinks, my fetishes, my desires, and my taboos are squarely, directly informed by my peculiar experiences with trauma. Those peculiar experiences with trauma are informed by the motherfucking Father God, the patriarch, alive and well in my goddamn consciousness, who at least I'm waging war with. You feel me? Most of us ain't waging war with him. I be staging contests with my inner patriarch. You feel me? I be staging a daily campaign against my internal patriarch. None of us are free from this motherfucker till all of us are free from this motherfucker. So do not get it twisted. I don't care how enlightened you think you are, but you got an inner patriarch attempting, if he can, depending upon the war you waging against him, attempting to manipulate, to pull at the strings in your consciousness to make sure that you always see through his eyes and not your own. I be having real, baby, when I don't tell y'all nothing I don't do for myself. When shit get too deep for me, I go right in that bathroom and look into my eyes. I look into my ancient self. I be scrying up in that bitch and be asking myself, who is myself? The 3.2 million ancestors that we have access to, locked in our goddamn code. Locked in our genetic code, locked in our DNA. I know y'all saw this moment. I know I saw this moment before I chose my life. But I'm going to need the cliff notes, bitch. I'm going to need the very clear, non-symbolic, butt naked, 3rd grade, understanding, having ass explanation of how I saw myself move through victoriously this complicated moment in my life. Make it plain and keep that shit simple. I don't need no shit I need to interpret. I don't need no sign. I don't need to see no butterfly and then do a reading to understand what the butterfly was trying to communicate. Make it plain, bitch. Make it plain. Make it plain. I done had enough of that shit. Signs and symbols, things to interpret, and all. I done had enough of that. Keep it simple and make it plain. Talk to me like I'm 3 years old and you need to tell me a story to make it clear for me. Nah. I don't need no more tests. No more tests for if I'm really ready for the next step. Bitch, I'm ready. Or I wouldn't be up in here. I'm ready. I am ready to set this shit off. I am ready to end global suffering. I am ready to play my peculiar role in this project. I am ready to put everybody around me on game. I am ready to demystify. I am ready to embody Oya in this moment that has been promised to us, where she would reveal all our enemies, all of our adversaries, where she would make clear that which had been deliberately confused and mystified, that which had been complicated through language, and only the select and few and smartest of us can really understand. I can understand what you're talking about because you're talking too simple. You're talking too hood. You need to be able to pontificate on the languages and articulations of complicated ideas that we regurgitate as we intellectually masturbate among one another in an attempt to keep you off your square from understanding what it is we plotting and scheming against you. That's the world. And so, mother, if what you told me in an 8-hour deep dive with ayahuasca 6 years ago is actual and correct and factual and just, and that I am exactly where I'm supposed to be in this moment to fulfill my personal destiny, can you keep this shit simple? Make it plain. I need the shortest, most direct route to fulfillment of my obligations, my destiny obligations. I don't need the road less traveled. I do not need to chart a new course for the group. I don't need none of that shit. I need simple. I need clear. I need easy to understand and communicate. I need ease and comfort. I need wealth and progress. I need support and teamwork. I don't need no machete to be chopping down no trees to create a whole new path through the thicket. None of that. None of that. As a matter of fact, everybody look like me, black and female, we all need that. Most direct, simplified, point A to point Z, quick, easy, let's go, set this shit off. We got all the information, but can we put our brains together, do this weaving project so we can weave the tapestry that is the new, that we can present to the group, that we can present to the whole, that they can clearly see. Oh my God, I never thought about it that way. Damn, look at this architectural draft of the new world without incompetent governmental bureaucracy attempting to confuse us and convince us that their mediocrity we actually need in order to be self-governing. That we need their mediocrity, we need their bureaucracy. We need the deliberately imposed complications, and only a few of us can do this job, and that's why this shit looks so crazy. We can do this shit better ourselves. That I'm convinced of. I am ready to receive the family that is going to help me execute your vision in the material world. I am ready and open to receive the multiplicity of resources that are necessary to execute this vision. I am ready to receive the affirmations of certainty that have people excited and invigorated to participate, to stave off, to protect from naysayers and potential saboteurs that ain't even going to be on our radar, because the vision is going to be so clear and so easy to understand, so simplified, because we know that the opposition and the adversary hate simplicity. They hate easy solutions. That's why bureaucracy. That's why bureaucracy. They hate when everybody can see the solution so clear. Ooh, it drives them crazy. That's why they create language. That's why they create euphemisms. That's why they that's why, listen, this thing with Jesus, man, the Christ, I know it doesn't seem related, but they made this motherfucker born between Capricorn and Sagittarius, where Jesus, as the last Christ, has exalted himself yet again as the male mother, right here at the cusp between Capricorn and Sagittarius. Why did he do that? Because they could not afford for anybody to remember that the winter solstice is not the shortest day of the year, that it is the longest night of the year, that it is the blackest night of the year. The winter solstice is the blackest night. It's our day, bitch. The winter solstice is our day. The winter solstice is our day. It is the blackest night of the year. Not the quote, shortest day of the year. Y'all get that in the summer, the longest day of the year. Y'all get that in the summer. That's y'all time. Bitch, this our time. This our time. It is the blackest night of the year. It is a representation of the mother, her coming out of her detriment and being empowered by the shortening days and the length of night, which is the true state of self. It's the true state of being. And she's like, whoo, child, I didn't think that hot ass summer was ever going in, but we up in our bag now. The ancestors are coming through because the veil is short and easy to communicate through when the mother is empowered. How is she empowered? Because from the summer solstice all the way through the fall equinox, all the way through the coming of the winter solstice, the sun is getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and the days are getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter until his death, not his birth, until his death is represented, the solar sun savior deity, the last Christ of the Piscean age. His death is represented on December 21st, where he is dead on the cross. Jesus is dead on the cross. He died. He was not born. He died on the Southern Cross on December 21st, where he was dead on the cross for 3 days. And then he was reborn after the third day, December 25th. Why they make him a Capricorn, bitch? That's what I want to ask y'all. Because who does Capricorn represent? Happy friendly neighborhood Christian tell you, Capricorn represents the devil. Okay, I'll take that. Capricorn represents carnal desires and an inability to control yourself. Okay, I'll take that. So that's why they had to disappear the goddess, superimpose Jesus as his birthday on December 25th. You know what I'm saying? I got to get up out of here. I'm so tired. And it's so fun, but I got to keep working these ideas out. I will change the live for this later. And we'll also established a live for sometime tomorrow. This thing we got to walk through because there's no small details. That's why they changed them all. There's no small details. That's why they left no stone uncovered. I'm still trying to figure out, other than the fact that the winter solstice is the longest, blackest day of the year. They had to like mutate it. Anyway, I'll work it out. But I appreciate you guys' contribution. I'll have to go back and see what those scriptures were from the beginning about the author of confusion, because I need to be able to, just like your friendly neighborhood Christian, you know what I'm saying, be able to spout that off right quick. But now I'm going to ready myself for the boudoir bedroom. This is so fun for me. I wish I could just make the money I need to make for a 6-hour live. You feel me? I should be getting paid a minimum of $45 an hour for this. Easily a minimum. Because as y'all witness me walk through this, it's so much. Sometimes I'd be hesitant to even tell what I have ruminating in my head at any given time. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, rebuilding it. It's coming. I want to thank Yolanda. She and I talked last night, and it just really gave me a kind of renewed sense of like optimism. It really did. I mean, even though we only communicated through Messenger, it just really, I'll be honest, yesterday was a rough day. And so that conversation that we had late, Yolanda, just really kind of revitalized my energy. It revitalized my spirit. It really did. I didn't realize I needed it until it happened. Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna bid you good night. I'm gonna go and pull my life together to get ready to go to bed. I got a jack mood to pull, so share everything that I share this weekend. Landlord says it. Anyway, she's gonna have to serve me on Monday, so I need conspiracies up, prayers up. You feel me? Share my shit. If you've already donated, awesome. I appreciate you for it. The work is not done. Share the link to the GoFundMe, which is in the description box below. Share the GoFundMe. Share the videos that move you. Take clips of the videos that move you and share them with others. Like, I am confident. That's why I'm not really tripping. I mean, I'm teeny tripping, but I'm not really tripping. I just feel different. And I feel like we are right on that pivotal point of the preface of breakthrough, and that if we turn back now, we'll sabotage the whole mission. I feel like we're at that point. I feel like the temple is at that point. I feel like my personal life is at that point, really. So share my shit. Too much is never enough. Too much of the share is never enough. Share my shit, please, and thank you, and I love you for it. Check the description box below the video to get the 411 on the pretty intensely good discounts that have been made to people who are subscribers to my YouTube channel. I just set up my Bandcamp and my Skype. It's not Skype. My Bandcamp and Spotify and something else to start uploading music. So every time I do that, I will send you guys the 411 so you guys can support. Still offering readings. Sorry, so you can email me at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. I'm paid fast, so I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. And then we'll see you guys. What's tomorrow? Saturday. I may go to my belly dance class in the morning. So maybe around 1 o'clock. I haven't been to belly dancing in a few weeks. So I think that'll be the link. So, yeah. Any questions? Any bright ideas? Whatever. Hit me up via email, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. And I will respond. And in the meantime, good night. Sleep well. And I will see you guys tomorrow sometime. Peace.